there. That's what she says that.
Beaches.
Other yellow hat guy here. Back with another video. Today in the house we have myself. We have Vicky. We have Jamie. We have Alpha. Dog. Wolf. I don't think it heard me say wolf. Oh, there it is. It heard me say wolf. We've got Bernard. And then lastly we have Latino He.
Hey, there's only 6. Okay, we have 6.
I was gonna say
There's only 6, guys. There's 6 of us.
I took some gummies.
Did you really?
Oh wait, hold on. What did somebody have? Dog pound or something?
Dog pound, yeah. Alpha dog.
Oh.
I said that he should do dog pound and I should do pound. Or, yeah, I should do pound.
Everybody! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Peaches, that's me. Oh, I gotta make it to where my thing doesn't fall asleep every time I don't touch it for 5 seconds.
Yeah, mine's doing that. I have to reload on it.
I'm gonna change your settings.
We'll have to know. I mean,
I am.
Oh, that's on me, sorry.
Hello again, everybody. I'm your host, Horace. Well, this is a cozy little gathering, isn't it?
It sure
Let's
is.
liven things up a little. First things first, use the Joy-Con to choose the party you want to
I guess
play.
we'll do the 20 minutes just to get everybody.
Nah, we going 40.
40! Do 40, ho!
Okay.
We should do
Y'all
60.
don't scare Bernard out of here.
Are you in a place
That's
where
the
it's
same as
okay to
doing
be
220s.
noisy?
Come on, honey. We did 220s last time and we still had a great time.
That's because we wanted to get our feet
Or are
wet.
you in a
sorry.
place where you can stand up? Alright.
I promise I'm not trying to play footsie with you.
Alright, everyone. Time to get into teams.
You
Do
know,
you
I
want
only
to
play
pick
footsie
teams
with you and the
yourselves?
cat.
Or would you rather leave it up to me?
On the cat's back.
Let's randomize.
Oh, I better be on my baby's team.
Let's
I'm gonna be mad.
get shuffling!
Team L.
No!
Right team goes to the right side of the screen,
Baby.
and the left team goes to the left side of the screen.
I don't know.
I mean, we can go back and undo that.
Have you
Well, I
all
mean,
switched
it's
to
fair
either side of the
because your
screen?
girl is on my team.
I know, but I'm saying is I'm on this side. It wants me to be on the right side. I can't move to the...
Once you're all set up, tap your smart devices.
You wanna go back?
Nah, screw it. We'll just 40 minutes of this.
I still love you even though I'm gonna beat your ass, honey.
Wow.
Then you can beat my ass later.
Oh. Later, Hosen.
Are you ready, folks? Your
Yeah, it's
skills
more
are
than
about to be
3
put to the
points.
test. You'll get a point each time you win a game. The first team to score 5 points wins. Now let the games begin. The first game is...
Supposed to be that weird UFO.
Yeah!
I think it's going to put ninjas. I was like, oh no, it's going to pull
Weird UFO.
Macmillan on us.
Yeah.
Are you getting tired out your arm? You ready for this? 40 minutes? of
Everybody,
continuous?
1, 2, switch.
Oh, this is the one where it hurt your arms.
Yeah. Up,
Well,
down,
that's-
up, down with that weird
Oh, do we
rhythm.
have to march in this one?
I don't know. Oh, this, I keep thinking it was
It was
ninja.
all arms.
This one was all arms. Yeah, it was very dumb.
You'll need to enable your smart device's sensor to play this game.
This is it. First contact. Get ready, everyone.
Anthony says, you got this, Mom.
Use your smart
And of course,
Probably honestly best to stand up and do this. Dude.
of course, my moderator is bitching at him, saying stop yelling or I'll remove you or whatever.
Oh, stop, moderator.
Use your smart device to join.
Oh man.
We don't have to stand.
It's probably best because you need that, like, you know, because they're gonna be doing this.
Smells like a cold.
It does. I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm glad I put some deodorant on.
While you're doing
I
it, you
got
gotta put your
deodorant
fingers
on.
on the little pads.
With your thumbs. Channel
And you have to do it the same pattern, the same rhythm as they're saying. Ooh,
No, it's left right now.
ooh,
Oh, thank you, because I was still going up and down.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a competition of getting the alien to come to the screen.
Let's go.
So this is why aliens won't show up, because we're not doing this.
I think we're good. Yeah, I can feel that.
My arm's already tired. God, it sucks.
40 minutes.
This, yeah.
No, not of this game.
Sounds
What a
scary to
workout,
me.
guys.
Y'all said to keep this game, so we're doing 40 minutes.
Jesus.
I ain't got the aliens on the ground yet.
That's some bullshit.
No! Okay, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. And I'm going the opposite way. But anyways, same.
Why are you going backwards? Get your ass up here!
Left, right.
Go back.
You guys are still doing up and down.
Oh.
Yeah,
There
They
you
beat
go.
us.
There you go.
we were still doing up and down.
It's going to tell me I've got like 20% because every time I did this, on my way down it would start to vibrate. So the vibration was out of sync with
Yeah,
what my
I don't know if
thing
that
was
vibration
doing.
is supposed to be in there.
See?
Hey, I got 52%.
You know I've got beats.
I
I got
I
29.
am white, but I have beats. I have rhythm.
Anyway, you held us down. You got 70%. I mean, you're a music guy, so it makes sense. We were playing this thing for like at least 10 minutes the first time.
Oh man, I hurt my
We were sitting
arm.
here just doing this like, oh, like it's nothing. The aliens weren't even moving.
My arms are going to be so sore in the morning at work.
I'm not even checking off yet while you're.
I know, right? I got to take that off for a list for the garage.
We'll have the leading
For tonight.
Press the button on your smart device when you want to stop the roulette. Anyone on your team can press the button. The next game will
You
be
got this, Javi. I did like bingo.
Hey there, Javi. Ooh!
Ah!
We're going to have
What
the
the fuck is
team match.
ninjas?
Did we do that before?
No, we
No.
never did ninjas.
We have to
Shit.
space out.
I think we should.
Ninjas, when they show the black guy first.
throwing stars.
Oh!
I'm scared to sling my phone like that.
My ninja.
All away.
Didn't we say that we couldn't move around? Did we turn that off?
No.
You did that.
No.
Are you ready to play?
Oh!
Everybody.
So,
1, 2, switch!
Ninja.
Oh no, we can't even do this.
so we can't. You gotta use Joy-Cons.
Oh no, we do have 2. So it's only gonna be 2 people at a time, I think.
I think it's wanting all of us to have to do it.
Or is it just...
I don't know how it's supposed to work. I mean,
Well, we only did 2 controllers.
Welcome to Ninja Training.
It's probably 2 people at a time.
Stealth some other time. Today you'll be learning how to deflect throwing stars with your sword.
Not that sword, Bernard.
Hey, what?
Use your smart device to join the training session.
Missing somebody. Okay. Again, not that sword, Bernard.
Ninjas on the left, use your smart devices to pick one from among you who will test their mettle.
we should test that out.
Should be the one with the
Huh?
controller shit.
What?
Well, it's the left choosing the right.
It appears that you have made a decision. Ninja on the left, ready your sword.
Ninja on the left.
When you're ready,
Ah, crap.
press a button on the Joy-Con.
So what?
Okay, so Bernard gets the Joy-Con.
Here you go.
Number 1.
Okay.
What exactly do I do?
And we're
Not
throwing
sure.
ninja stars at you.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Ninja on the left, push a button when you're ready.
We'll go through practice first.
Okay.
Before we get started,
this
let's
ain't exactly
practice.
Mario Party.
Ninjas on the right, let
Ninjas
fly
on the
your
right.
throwing stars.
That's cool.
The sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing star as a guide for when to strike.
Fuck you.
When you hear the throwing star, shake your Joy-Con. Ninjas on the right, surround your opponent, making sure to give yourself enough space so you don't bump into anything.
So your ally helmet
Ready.
on it so good.
Begin!
Oh, we keep doing it. Okay.
2, 3. Don't
Somebody
allow
hit him.
yourself to be distracted by other noises.
Oh.
Time to
Got
change
it.
roles. The ninjas on the right, use your smart
So you only
devices
get
to
like
pick
2.
one from among you who will test their mettle.
Test your might.
So I'm still.
It appears
No,
that you
No,
have
we're
made
gonna
a
switch.
decision.
Okay.
We're picking somebody amongst us, Bobby, to do the sword master.
Oh,
What? You assholes!
I'll let luck decide.
There you go.
No, I gotta use the other one.
The other one's right there.
Ninjas on the left, let fly your throwing stars.
At least I
You
think
gotta
I'm
point it
using.
at them.
The sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing star as a guide for when to strike. Too late.
Damn
You
it!
hear the throwing star,
I don't know
shake your
about this
Joy-Con.
This is very 1-2 switch.
Ninjas on the left, surround your opponent, making sure to give yourself enough space so you don't bump into anything. Get ready. Begin!
Face just.
Start flailing about. 2, 3. Keep an eye on
And
your
I hit.
opponent's hand movements.
Ah.
But I did better than him. That's what counts.
Wow.
Time to change roles.
Wow. Okay.
The time has come to make another selection.
Let's go.
It appears that you have made a decision. Ninja on the left, ready your sword.
Gotta get the sword talk down.
Press a button on the Joy-Con.
I guess I
Bernard
got it.
has it.
Oh, but I just got it.
I put it on the table.
Oh, so
This is the red.
Ninja on the left, push a button when you're ready.
You ain't gotta tell me. Alright.
My brain is on correcting him to the wrong word.
Star as a guide.
Negro on the left.
Oh,
Grab the sword.
Rolling star, shake your Joy-Con. Both sides, remember to give yourselves enough space.
Yes, grandson. Oh, you right here. So shoot. Alright, you know what?
Don't just swing the sword around wildly.
Face your opponent.
Running out of vision.
Got it.
Listen to
I
the
didn't get him.
sound
Somebody
of
else
the
did.
throwing
Oh,
star.
Bobby got
Because
it.
you're right here.
Time to change
He waited till I was like this
The
to
time
get
has
Leonard,
come
and then
to
he was
make
like,
another
alright.
selection.
Hey, I made the first hit.
Alright, Joy-Con back on the table.
It appears that you have made a decision. Ninja on the right, ready your sword. When you're ready, the sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing
This is
star
fun.
as a guide for when to
Or
strike.
funny, both.
Too late. When you hear the throwing star, shake your Joy-Con. Both sides, remember to give yourselves enough space. Get ready. Begin! Don't just swing your sword around. Too late.
You got hit.
Do
He
not
did.
be received by your opponent's face.
Somebody got one.
Vicky!
Oh, Vicky got the
Hey.
sharp fingers.
Tiebreak.
The
Damn.
next round will decide the victor. The time has come to make another selection.
I put Vicky up there, just saying.
No.
Well,
She's up there. Oh!
Ninja on the left, ready your sword. When you're ready, press a button on the Joy-Con.
I want to see
Challenger,
Vicky
check
do
your
it.
sword. Shoot. Both sides, remember to give yourselves enough space. Get ready.
I'm coming for you, Ninja.
Begin. Stop flailing about. Too late.
Got him.
Listen for the sound of the throwing stars.
damn. I was watching this dude the whole time.
Change roles. The time has come to make another selection.
It's on the table.
Nope.
It appears that you have made a decision. Ninja on the right, ready your sword. When you're ready,
Got this, Jamie.
press a button on the Joy-Con. The sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing star as a guide for when to strike. Both sides, remember to give yourselves enough space. Get ready. Begin! Don't just swing your sword around wildly. Stop.
Bernard and Alpha haven't thrown yet.
Cease.
Oh, no, they haven't.
Know what it
Oh,
is?
you're a sharp-eyed one.
Oh, wow.
Wow!
Wow.
She's the only one who passed.
Ninjas on the right, well done.
Main
Boom.
ninja.
Awesome.
The fire within you will serve you well in
You know
battle.
what? I was
I got impressive workmanship.
Yeah, she's a real ninja.
What'd you get?
You've attained mastery over both sword and throwing star. Because I also got a hit. I like that one.
That one kind of sit on the wayside.
I still like
The scores are tied, so the loser of the last game will decide. That's the
Oh, that's y'all.
Wow.
Rub it in. Rub it in.
The next game will be
Bingo.
Ninjas again.
Yay, thank you, baby.
Bingo.
We had so much fun with
We
bingo.
did.
Yeah, bingo was good though.
1, 2, switch!
Okay, who's got the other controller?
It's on the table.
Okay, somebody has to get it.
Yeah, somebody has to get it. So you can be the holder. So you get to stop the thing. It's gonna have like a scrolling.
Well, no. If somebody needs to have the right one, and somebody needs to have the
I
left
have
one.
the
Let the
left.
You have
bingo
the-
begin.
I have the left.
Okay, so you need the right one.
Use your smart device to
Since you're on the
join.
right team, he should have the left one.
Okay.
Okay,
Because remember, there's
Yeah,
wheels
that's
that we
right,
each can stop on.
that's why I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
First, tap the center of the card to set the numbers.
Yeah, we played this last week.
Okay.
So we're just playing bingo.
Yeah, you just follow through. It's bingo. Literally.
Alright, so you just gotta hit the free space in the middle. And
In
then
this
as you
game,
notice
you use the
columns,
Joy-Con to stop the roulette. These
So-
are the people who will
Last
stop
time
the
I
roulette
played
this time
bingo together
around.
was a car wreck, but you know,
Press a button to confirm.
no car wrecks involved. today.
Yeah, no car wrecks tonight.
Oh yeah, so just go ahead and press. Oh, yeah, you press the button.
Press a button. First up is the left team.
So it'll tell you.
Okay, let's play. Press a button to stop the roulette. The first number is
Oh, it's on the left team.
45.
Actually, are you
If
right?
the number that came up is on
Or
your
on the right.
card,
Yeah.
tap on it.
Who's on what team?
Next up is the right team. Press a button to stop the roulette. If you're not stopping the roulette,
Yeah, see, you got it right.
the next number
Because it's player
is-
2.
Oh, okay.
Press 5.
Okay.
I got 5.
Here's a quick explanation of the rules. The first team to get the required number of bingos is the winner. The required number depends on how many people are playing. Here's how many bingos you'll need this time.
Well, actually, you played it last
Let's
year
move
when we
on.
did the.
Next up is
Oh,
the left team.
No, that's right. You didn't come to the thing.
If you'd like to
That's right.
change the person stopping the roulette, now would be
We
a
did
good
bingo
time.
at the.
You don't have to change if
spot
you don't
after
want to.
the baseball
The
game.
next number is
The music bingo.
It's vibrating.
Yeah, so you press the button.
Press the button.
34.
So now you look for 34. And you hit it.
Next up is the right team. Press a button to stop 47.
Mm.
Yep. First.
Oh, oh, oh,
Oh,
Next
Right
up is the
stuff.
left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next 28.
I was doing so well.
Next up is the right team. It's time for a roulette jackpot.
Who's
During
got
a
it?
jackpot, the roulette will land on
Three
3
numbers.
I got
numbers
it.
instead of 1. Who's going to stop the roulette? Decide amongst your team. You
Oh,
can
Well,
always
go ahead,
pass
you
the
already got it in
controller
your
to
hand.
someone who's feeling low. 33, 35, 36.
Some bullshit.
Next up is the left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 46.
Mm.
Okay. I need 2 more. Huh.
Same here.
Next up is the right team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next 26. Next up is the left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 49.
Okay.
Anybody close?
Next up is the
2
right
more
team.
and 6 different
Press a
ways.
button to stop the roulette. 14.
Yep, same here.
It's because there's so many more of us this time.
Roulette jackpot.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one right there. Boom.
30, 31, 32. Only one number away from a bingo.
Oh,
Shit. 1 number away.
Mm-hmm.
Who's got 1 number
Next up
away?
is the right
Somebody
team.
on the right team.
Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 22.
Mm.
Okay.
Next up is the left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 44.
Damn, man, I'm all over
Next
the
up
fucking
is
place.
the right team.
Me too now.
Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 9.
I got that one. Yeah, we probably only had that.
Next up is the left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 19.
Mm.
All over the fucking place.
Next up is the right team. Roulette jackpot.
Oh.
Woo, somebody's gonna get bingo here.
Come
I
on.
guarantee you.
Lower numbers, lower numbers.
37, 38, 39.
Bingo.
One away. Again, more and more people are only one away from a bingo. If both teams get a bingo at the same time, the one who marks their card first wins. Bingo! Both teams only need one more bingo to win. It's a race for that final bingo, folks.
Just what I want.
Let's move on. Next up is the left team. Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 48.
Is your on
Next up
vibrate?
is the right team.
What?
Is your
Press a
phone on
button to
vibrate?
stop the roulette. The next number is 41.
Oh, yeah, that sounds
Fuck.
Next up is the left team.
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it.
Next number
I like to
is
move it, move it.
I like to move it.
6. Someone on the right team could get a bingo in 3 different ways.
I know!
Me.
Press a button to stop the roulette. The next number is 1.
Shit.
Next up is the left team. Roulette jackpot.
Oh, thank God. Come on.
High numbers.
Next up is the next team.
I'll take the high.
16, 17, 18.
Bingo. Ah, shit.
Bingo.
The left team wins.
I needed fucking 40 and 25.
Put your hands together,
I
everybody.
needed 40, 11, and 17.
You know, when we got 40, we would have double right there. That was fun.
It was. Like I said the other week, I could have just played that the entire time.
I want to play it again. I want to do it again.
Like if it was just multiple rounds of bingo.
Hour just playing that. Don't have to dodge ninja stars.
The right team will stop the roulette. Press the button on your device when you want to stop the roulette.
No more UFOs.
Next game will
Fuck the
be
UFOs.
No!
Okay, I like this. Okay, so it's going to be slightly different
Again
though.
with the ninjas.
This was like, like I said, this
Because
was like
remember bingo,
this is like the
or
1,
the
2 switch.
the
The
trivia
first
one
1, 2 switch
was
was
the
Why
second
haven't we
time.
got that one? I want
I
that
don't know, I
one.
want that one.
fire throwing stars at your
I'd rather do bingo again.
I do too.
Oh, at least it's not the UFOs, I guess.
That's
Yeah,
true.
UFOs
That's
suck.
true.
Are you ready to play?
1, 2, up. 1, 2, switch.
Okay, Bojack.
Yeah, you're right.
Ninjas 2.
I just keep thinking of surf ninjas.
You there! Welcome to Ninja Trap. We'll work on stealth some other time. Hone your throwing star skills by trying to hit your opponent as many times as you can. Use your smart device to join the training session. Now then. Ninjas on the left, ready for throwing stars.
That's the thing,
Ninjas
though.
on the right, use your smart
How he
devices to
emphasizes
prepare
it.
Ninjas.
Ninjas on the left.
Act as an opponent.
I said ninjas.
Ninja, prepare
Here's a
yourself.
well-made decision. Ninja on the right, ready
See how he emphasizes it every time?
What? How did it still get me?
button on the Joy-Con.
It was
I
random.
hear it now.
Ninjas on the right.
Okay,
Pay attention, ninja.
Okay.
I thought it was you. It looks like you with the longer hair.
No,
And a dark
I
complexion.
don't have that kind of tan.
You kind of look like a
Before
Wanda
we get
there.
started, let's practice. Ninjas on the left.
Ninjas on the left.
Fly your throwing stars. The sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing star as a guide for when to strike. Too late. When you hear the throwing star,
So you need the actual
shake
holster
your
or whatever
Joy-Con.
with the accessory as a sword.
Keep an ear out for the sound of the throwing star. Try again. Listen carefully for the sound of the throwing star.
Playing this game.
Yeah.
Ninjas on the left, surround your
Ninjas on the left.
There's 30 stars. by the way. 30 stars.
Holy crap.
Right, ninja. Keep going.
Right, ninja.
Until the throwing star finds its mark. Get ready. Begin.
28, 26, 25, 22, 20, 17, 15, 13, 11, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1.
There's 30 fucking stars. What do you mean? Stop swinging your sword around wildly.
17 hits.
Time to change roles.
I got 9 hits.
I got 4.
Ninjas on the left. Use your smart devices to pick one from among you who will act as
shit.
an opponent.
Vicky.
It appears
Ah!
you have made a decision.
I guess it's
On
your
the
turn.
left,
Sorry.
ready your sword.
You gotta hand her the sword.
Press a button on the Joy card.
You about to get stung.
Ninjas on the right, let fly your throwing star.
She's like, I got 4, so now my goal is to get 5 on her.
Boom.
You got this,
The
Mom.
sword bearer should use the sound of the throwing star as a guide for when to strike.
Throwing them like mixtapes.
DJ.
Surround your opponent, making sure to give yourself enough
30
space
remaining
so you
stars.
don't bump into anything. Left ninja, keep going, even
Left
after the
ninja.
throwing star finds its mark. Get ready. Begin! Don't just swing the sword around wildly.
17, 12. I ain't throwing it. 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0.
6. Not bad.
Damn.
I got 15. We had 17.
I got 5. That was my goal.
I don't know how many I got.
She's like, I got 4.
I got
Oh, I got 5.
Fire within you.
Conan's got 5.
Battles to come.
That's a bullshit.
It is, because I thought we did better than they did on me, but no.
You see my tits lactating there with the little tear bubbles?
Yeah, buddy.
Here are the results.
Dang, 3 to 1?
Winning streak. The left team has a 2-point lead.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next game.
Take the ninjas off here.
What? No.
No fucking stop.
Press the button on your smart device to stop the roulette.
Trying to give us a workout.
Next game will be
Oh. Auction.
statue.
Auction during Black History Month? Who picked that?
Oh, white girl.
Are you ready to play?
Everybody. 1, 2, bitch!
Auction.
I'm gonna do 1, 2, switch! It didn't pick it up at all.
Welcome to the auction house. If you're planning on bidding today, please use your smart device to join.
Okay.
I've been on these before. Wait.
Before we get
did
started,
not
I'll give
come
you a
out.
quick rundown of how things work in an auction.
Wow.
An auction is worth a set
Oh my god.
That was so wrong.
These points represent how
Oh my
many
god.
That was so wrong.
you'll have to get
On Black History Month, too.
Yeah.
Clients who
Yeah.
satisfy
Right after we play a ninja game. Bidding on ninjas.
for each team, while others
Oh,
will be worth
God.
the same.
And it was recorded on camera.
Team,
Oh,
how
God.
much an item is worth to you before making a bid.
That's alright, baby.
Oh god.
Use your smart
I
device to
I
check the
know.
items you'll be bidding on today, as well as how many points they're worth.
I throw a ninja shooting star at you too. I play bingo with you.
Alright, check items. Oh, I
Both
thought you
teams have been
said-
allocated a
Oh.
I
budget
missed
of
a little
1
breakdown of
million.
what each thing was.
1 million?
This 1 million is divided equally between the members of the team. So, use your share of the budget to bid for all 5 items. You can use your smart device to
Your
check
budget.
your share of the budget.
Okay. So I guess
So
it's-
whoever wins the item wins? Or the most items?
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot what was worth the most.
Your clients have high expectations for this auction, so do your best to make them happy.
Your clans.
Now,
What?
without further ado,
My clan.
Your clans.
They Ninjas, ninjas versus the clan.
Oh, no.
Lot number 1. A pair of paintbrushes that Leonardo da Vinci once considered buying.
Okay.
Never mind.
Vicky is the expert over here.
I don't know what's happening. I'm just hitting the button.
They're just the two of them want it.
Yeah, you just basically hit the big button and then you specify how much you want to bid on it. And is there a time limit?
Nope.
And you can send messages to your team and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the final price for this lot? Bidding will close shortly.
Wow.
The right team placed the winning bid.
If your bid was unsuccessful, then you won't have to spend any of your budget. Be aware, though, that any funds left at the end of the auction won't count towards your score.
So bid it all.
Let's move to the next
You
item.
only get a score for when you win.
FAFO.
Lot number 2. A bottle of wine, thought to be from Napoleon's secret cellar.
This one?
Is this the final price for this lot? $50,000.
They make the sounds too.
Last chance.
She over there doing the 1,000.
$100,000.
So dramatic.
$150,000. Bidding will close shortly. The right team
Nice.
placed the winning bid.
Good job. I think that was the most expensive item.
So
The
far.
key
It was.
to beating the other team is to bid low on items your client wants and high on items
Yeah, it
that
was
the
negative
other
one.
team's client wants.
See, I lost the point.
Your team's budget
By winning.
is limited, so
No,
you'll need
they're
to
just
work
explaining
together
it.
to make the best
Because
use
the
of it.
last thing we had was 3 points. The first thing was only 1 point.
Let's move to
I
the
thought
next
the first
item.
one was 1 point. This one was
No,
negative.
the Napoleon thing was 3 points.
Yeah,
That's
the
why
Napoleon thing was 3
Lot
points.
number.
I don't remember what the Da Vinci
A
thing.
drinking
One.
glass that was
Yeah,
like
we-
this
we-
before the
Negative.
Chinese
I thought
emperor, but was
The
never
one that was just
presented.
up was -1.
No, the one that was just up was 3.
Three.
But then they
This
were
one.
explaining what the points meant. Right there, showing the
Are there
difference
any
between
further
the one.
bids?
I can see on the screen when we're bidding.
This one is -1.
Yeah,
So it's the one that we shouldn't want.
right.
No, see, it's
this
-1
the
on
final
your
price?
On
thing,
us,
but it's
on
yeah.
yours, it's something else.
yeah.
Time's up. Bidding has closed.
So,
The left team placed
so when
the
you look at
winning
the
bid.
item details, you can look at the history. It says the first one was worth 1 point. Second was a negative
There
1
are still
point.
2 items
So
left to
they
bid for
basically
today.
brought their score down to 0.
Remember,
No,
you have to
again, it's different.
It's 1
Your
point on the
team,
first one, 3 points for us.
it's different per
Oh,
See,
team.
that was
Okay, so
negative
it's showing your
for
team
us,
score.
and see, that was 3 for y'all.
Lot
See,
number.
Oh, so
this
that's-
ain't worth shit to us.
The Diary
That's
of
worth
William
2
Shakespeare,
points to
which
you.
Okay, so each
for 3
team
days
gets
before
different.
Because y'all are representing people, we're representing people. So our
50,000.
clients are wanting different things than your
Okay,
clients.
okay, I got you.
So you guys messed up by bidding
Is this the
against
final
us on those
price
other
for this
ones.
lot?
Yeah.
Because you spent money you shouldn't have.
100,000.
No. Okay. I see what you're doing.
$200,000. 250,000. 300,000. 350,000. 450,000. And selling. Time's up. Bidding has closed. The left team placed the winning bid.
How many points was that for y'all?
Final item
2?
for today.
Okay. 3? Oh, okay. Whatever, as long as you did what you had to do.
An unopened pot of honey taken
Come
on
on,
campaign
Pooh
by
Bear.
Alexander the
But we have to
Great.
spend all our money, right? Right?
I think you're looking at it wrong.
Yeah.
If you were representing me and I gave you a lump sum money, I don't want you to spend all my money to get these items.
Yeah.
I want you to be as cheap as possible and bring
Is this the
leftovers
final
back.
price for this lot?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 1,000.
50,000. Last chance.
Oh, yeah.
100,000.
Okay, stop.
$200,000. I'll never get over that. That gasp.
Someone's clutching their
Fair
pearls.
warning. Time's up. Bidding has closed.
I was gonna say, hurry up, bitch.
The right team placed the winning bid.
WW.
That's the 4th item, right?
That brings today's bidding to an end.
Look how enthused she looks. Like we're at the
Let's take a
DMV
look
or
at how
something.
the bidding went.
Yeah.
Yes, that's really the difference maker.
Oh, really?
Oh, what the fuck? We got the honey.
Ah,
Oh, they
really?
got
Which
points for that.
team met their clients' expectations? The right
Yeah.
team.
We needed
Let's
that.
give them a round of applause.
What you
See
get?
you at the next auction.
My ninjas!
Here are the results.
After the auction, okay.
Yeah.
Ice cream parlor.
I'll bid on you, okay.
Scooper
Your
troopers.
smart device and want it to stop. The next game will be
No, not slots.
Who's deciding this? Us?
You know, it's
Yep.
slots.
I ain't touching it.
anyone on your team can press the button.
Yeah!
Yes!
I'm gonna regret it if it sucks, but I think it's
Yeah,
better
but
than
I'm
the
gonna
other
try it.
Are you ready to
That's
play?
what she said.
Everybody! 1.
1, 2, switch!
Damn, I was late. Switch!
Ice cream parlor!
Scooper
Look over here.
I hope you're ready to serve up some
Scooper
tasty
Trooper.
You're over a little too far
You'll
now.
need to take the customer's order.
My bad.
Not the kind of guy cream.
Number of scoops wrong.
I went like this, and I went too far inside his thigh, and almost hit his crotch. I
Again,
did,
Here's your
not
but
that kind of
surprise
friend.
to join if you'll be working today's shift.
I'm sorry, baby.
These are the groups for this shift.
Trying to
I
neuter
hope
the
you're
dog
ready to
over there.
scoop
That's Bobby Downey. I just realized that's Downey Jr. with
So your group
dreads.
members
Yeah.
can see you. Gather around your leaders.
All right, Peaches.
Peaches,
Mickey. Peaches and cream, baby. Peaches and cream.
Here's today's menu.
I will maim
Write down
you.
the order so you know how many scoops you need of each flavor.
I guess we'll find
What?
out.
Let's do a practice
Oh, hold
run.
on.
I don't even know. Okay, name. Okay, no.
I'd like some yummy ice
Number of
cream,
orders.
please. Vanilla. Chocolate. Caramel. Blueberry. Orange swirl. That's all.
Hold on. Is this practice?
Alrighty. How many scoops of caramel were ordered?
Your mama.
The answer is 1.
Mhm.
Well, did you note down the orders properly?
I did,
Alright
did you?
then. Your practice notes will be deleted.
What?
Decide who will be in charge of writing down the number of orders for each flavor on today's menu.
I guess I'll do it.
Just cleared up.
Yeah, we're supposed to. Right now,
So-
flavors.
It's almost opening time!
Oh, okay. So we're supposed to still write that stuff.
Who wants to write it down? No, it says just one person.
I'm writing.
Yeah. Okay.
Customers!
What was the last one? Swirl?
How come they ain't got no dark-skinned little kids? I see all little light-skinned kids, and then they got
Oh,
color
you're
eyes.
talking over the.
Yeah, like.
Blueberry!
Caramel.
Vanilla! Orange swirl! Chocolate!
Vanilla.
That's
Forget it.
all!
I lost that.
Yeah.
Okay, leaders, tally up those orders and get ready to answer
Sorry.
some questions.
I'm sorry,
The
Vicky. Don't
faster
get
you
mad.
answer, the higher you score. How many scoops were ordered?
How many scoops?
Yeah, I think one of you have to.
I don't even know how to answer it for you.
Come on, the clock's ticking!
Oh. How do you clear it?
I don't know how to clear it. I got a bunch of crap on my board here. Oh,
Ah. I was close.
We didn't answer.
they didn't either, so that works.
So y'all. Okay, so we're the
Okay,
leaders,
next
so we
question.
answer,
So
right?
we
How
gotta
many
draw it
scoops
on
were
the thing,
ordered?
right?
Yeah.
'Cause I drew the number.
But we can take notes and show you. We're supposed to be next to each other.
Oh, so only the. Oh, okay. So I can't even answer really. But yeah.
Come on, the clock's ticking!
I wasn't paying attention.
I heard it at least that many times before you stopped
I
talking.
didn't answer, and now it's telling me I didn't answer.
I probably should have done twice.
Oh, it was only one? Damn.
Well,
How did you hit answer on there?
There's a little thing that. Yeah, I hit answer. So what do you do on the thing?
Okay,
only
next
the leaders
question.
can answer. So
How
this
many
basically
orders
has
were
gotta be
there?
like
These flavors combined.
Family Feud, where everybody needs to huddle on one
You
side.
gotta click this little thing, and then you can do it. What now? You click the little thing, and then you can do your.
I guess this is basically Vicky versus Peaches over here.
Yeah.
Come on, the clock's ticking!
Okay. Thank you.
2,
5.
5. Shit.
Well,
Okay. Alright, so I figured. Okay, thank you, Vicky.
Well, either way, we're in the tie.
Last question. How many scoops of the most popular flavor were ordered?
Three.
Damn it!
The answer!
Son of a bitch!
Who's
Figure out how to play the fucking game on the fourth question.
But he had the right answer. He had the right answer. I'm like, you should have said it louder. But then you would have gave. She probably put. Did you put 3 because he said 3, or did you actually know?
I knew it was 3.
She already put it, so I said it right after she.
Vanilla, damn. I thought one of them was like 5, so I was like, oh, it's gotta be 5.
Blueberry, chocolate, vanilla.
I want to play it again now that I know how to play.
Vanilla, that's all.
Oh, I couldn't even clear the damn list. Like, there's no erase button.
Here's the
Yeah.
results.
Yeah.
The left team only needs 1 more point.
That's a bullshit.
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought it was over.
You know, we're still alive.
What's that? It's chance.
Chance card!
The right team is the leader,
Yes.
so let's even the odds.
Yeah,
Take a
well,
chance.
yeah.
Draw a card. Let's have this player be our card drawer.
Oh, okay.
We'll have you draw a card as the representative for your team.
I don't want none of the
Turn your
responsibility.
Joy-Con, then press a button. The chance cards you can draw from are these ones here. Pick a card, any card, then use your Joy-Con to select it. The opposing team can see what's on the cards. If you're good at reading expressions, you might be able to figure out which card is which. The card the right team picked is
Damn!
this one. Bad luck. It's blank.
Did you write Yo
There goes your
Mama?
chance. Let's mosey on to the next game.
Ah! I was gonna pick the right, and I was like, don't go to the right. It's obvious. You're on the right team. Go to the
Press button on
left.
your smart device to stop the roulette. The next game will be
No, not on.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Back to the auction again.
Happy Black History Month, y'all.
Are you
I
ready to
didn't
play?
mean to. Of course it was me.
Switch!
Damn it.
I needed that freaking chance card.
Welcome to the auction house. If you're planning on bidding today, please use your smart device to join. Are you ready? Use your smart device to check the items you'll be bidding on today, as well as how many points they're worth.
More enthusiastic guy.
You can use your smart device to check your share of the budget.
Check your shit. That was last time.
What I'm wondering is it the same for everybody?
I think so.
Well, it's,
Your clients have high expectations for this
no, 'cause
auction,
it's gonna be
so do your best to
1,000
make them
for
happy.
one person. Or 1,000.
Now, without further ado, let's start the
I can't do
bidding.
math, I'm not.
This is a high-speed, high-stakes auction. You'll need to act
Because it's
fast and think.
333,000.
Yeah, but last time I had 334.
Lot one.
And now this
A
time
drinking glass that was meant as a gift for a Chinese emperor but was never presented. Let's see how you do. And selling? Nobody else. Any takers? 50,000. Last chance. Are there any further bids? Any takers? Last chance. 100,000. Nobody else. 150,000. Any takers? And selling? Are there any further bids? Nobody else. 200,000. And 250,000. Nobody else. Any takers? 300,000. And 350,000. 400,000. Nobody else. And selling? Any takers? Last chance.
Damn it!
The right team placed the winning bid.
Shit.
Next item. Lot 2. 2 paintbrushes that Leonardo da Vinci once considered buying. Let's see how you do. Any takers? And selling? The left team placed the winning bid.
0 points for you.
Next item.
There's money in there.
Oh, negative. Yeah.
Lot 3. 4 rigs that were once fought over by the members of a certain world-famous rock band. Let's see how you do. Last chance. Are there any further bids? Last chance. 50,000. 150,000. 300,000. Nobody else. The left team placed the winning bid.
Let's spin their 3-pointer.
Next item. Lot 4. A spare lamp from when Edison invented the light bulb unused. Let's see how you do. And selling? Are there any further bids? Any takers? Are there any further bids?
Oh, well.
The right team placed the winning bid. Last item. Lot 5. A perfume said to have been used by Cleopatra when she wanted to make an impression.
Smell that cat.
Any takers? At 100,000. Last chance. The left team placed the winning bid.
I pressed put all. I pressed all.
That brings today's bidding.
What the
to an
fuck?
Let's take a look at how the
Did you press all as well? I pressed all.
Like, I heard it, but I didn't see it on the screen. It's just, I don't think I'm recognizing in time.
That's bullshit.
Here we go. 3 points. Yep, buddy.
Which
That's trash,
team
man.
met their clients'
Yeah, we lost that
expectations?
one. We needed to have
The
that one.
left team.
I didn't have anything to put in. I'd already
Let's give them
spent
a
my
round
whole
of
budget.
applause.
I still have like
We had to
200.
get our get back.
Yeah, I didn't have any money to put in. See that Magooby's leaking. Oh, that's a disappointment.
That's it, folks. The final game is over. Here are the results.
Some cheaters. Clearly, it's a race thing. Yeah.
This time on.
To the left.
You guys did well.
The winner's been decided. So now, it's time to vote for your most valuable player.
Well, I
Use your
forgot there's
smart
an
device
MVP
to
on
vote
here.
for the person
So
who
don't like and
worked
comment
the
and subscribe to get.
No, go ahead and do that so you can watch.
Now.
And then watch who the MVP was. There we go. Yes.
Oh, it froze as soon as I did that.
Hardest isn't necessarily the person who did the best. You could also decide to vote for someone else, like the person who looked like they were having the most fun. The person who got the most laughs might be a good choice too. Well,
Heart in the background.
does anyone spring to mind?
Oh, God. Don't
You're
forget.
my little heart.
It's almost time to close the voting. And now for the results.
Mickey. Yay.
The most valuable player is this person.
Yeah, Vicky.
Give him a round of applause.
I voted for Vicky.
Let's give a big hand to both teams for playing so hard. Good job.
Oh, I forgot you can do that on here.
Just
Ice cream parlor that did it.
I'm telling you. Standing ovation.
Ninja, please. I'm down for feud.
Alright. Alright, like, comment, subscribe, share, and we're gonna see you in the next one. For myself, Alpha, Dog, Wolf, Vicky, Jamie, and Holly. Last but not least, Bernard. We'll see you in the next one. Other than that guy.
Is that your vote, Vicky?
Just use the Joy-Con to choose what you want to play.
It sounds like somebody trying to kidnap somebody.
Yeah.
Do you want to play again?
Give me $1,000.
Witness protection or something?
Alright, let's get these controllers together.
That was fun. We could have done. I'm good with the auction and bingo.
I like the auction.
But there was another one that the trivia. You would have liked that one.
Really?
It just never showed up.
Careful.
I'm good.
I'm trying to get to where we can
You're
quit.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did have that trivia one last time.
Yeah, that trivia one was so
The
much
trivia
fun.
one was
Thank you.
fun.
Okay.
Sorry.
We shall see.
For now.
I mean, well, which place were you thinking about? Like, which
I've been at all these the whole time.
Next to them all.
Okay.
I can get it free.
Okay.
Free?
Are they nice?
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
Right here. That's what she
So are y'all watching the Super Bowl at the strip club?
No,
Wow.
that's Sunday.
Oh.
That's God's day.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Of course.
Jeez.
Of course.
Not
I would
Sunday.
never
the
make
Super Bowl.
Go to football on Sunday. That's terrible.
At the strip club.
Plus, I gotta work next day.
Where is the controller? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Number 1. Boom.
I should do that one year though.
Me next.
So, Leonard, what time are people getting together over here on Sunday?
Game starts at 6.
I think it's 6:30 it starts, but
Yeah.
come over like 5.
Okay, I didn't know if y'all were doing any like pre-game,
Yeah.
literally pre-game before the game.
5 is fine. Because we'll have food and everything and
Every team, man. Mm-hmm. I was showing my best friend yesterday because we I don't know if you know you ever seen Living Color?
Yeah.
All right.
So how was that Switch 2 edition of Hollow Knight?
episode?
I didn't play it.
One of the scenes
I just
where
downloaded it.
Rick James has a kidnapper.
Did you try that Pragmatic?
Misery? Rick James in Misery.
Oh, wow.
You remember
The
that?
only thing I did was mess with that on
Is that
box.
the
I
one
didn't
with
play
the
any.
author
Yes,
I can
and then
download
fuck
that
with the
demo.
legs.
One
So
second, baby.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, man. There's a skit
Download that game.
where Rick James has a fan or whatever and beats the shit out of her legs, and she's like, I love what you did with MC Hammer's music, and she's like, MC Hammer ain't got nothing on me, and he walks away and comes back with a sledgehammer. He's like, you want hammer time? I'll show you hammer time. Starts knocking down the legs.
Wow.
I love that show. It's one of the. And then I showed him Handyman. I don't know if you remember Handyman.
I don't remember Handyman.
Damon Wayans, a handicapped superhero.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're thinking of Blank Man.
No, there's Handyman.
Handyman?
So there was before Blank Man, there was Handyman
Handyman.
on Living Color.
Oh, on Living Color. Okay, yeah.
He was like flying back.
Yeah. He would fly like this,
Oh no.
and he would drool.
That show would have had a lot of.
So are we gonna
Nowadays,
do?
yes.
Are we gonna do teams or all of us against the computer?
I said we do teams since we got 6.
Okay. I mean, it's
And since Alpha's here, we can. I don't want to be on Alpha's
Y'all
team.
doing the Family Feud? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be on Alpha's team, so I want to be on Fuck Alpha team.
Oh wow.
Well, we only need 2.
Dang.
I need to go back.
Okay.
I mean, I gotta get it. I gotta get that competition in, man.
Okay.
He was talking shit earlier this week, saying that he was gonna avenge your loss.
Oh. Okay, yeah. We on the same team then. Like,
So whoever's got controller 2.
since he's
Go
here
ahead.
to avenge the loss, I gotta come through. Hey.
Alright, so how are we doing the team?
I said it's us 3.
Alright.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this.
Oh, it's a family affair.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to re-up on some water or something. Because all that 1-2 switch had me just talking.
Well, this way just watch this, huh? Yeah, Illusion Color, man. That show would not be allowed nowadays.
Oh, good God, no.
But it was so fucking good.
I mean, but it was that, and then I think Mad TV was good too.
Right. And I was having a conversation with my friend, letting him know that it was right around the same time SNL had some of the best stars. Adam Sandler, David Spade, Chris Farley, Norm Macdonald. I mean, it was everything.
Norm Macdonald doing the.
Norm Macdonald's hilarious.
Oh my God.
But it was one of those once in a lifetime that every show was hitting.
Is that the one you were?
Baby, which one do you want to be?
I'm the dude with the red hat.
I guess the one that I created last time.
Is that one you? The hat, right?
Wait, why did it change me?
Yeah.
That's you, right?
Yeah.
The one with the pink vest?
That's the one I created. I think I did.
Oh, sorry, did you not finish?
No.
Go back. I thought it was just going to be done for our team because we were done.
Yeah, Pragmatic demo already downloaded. That was like 3 minutes.
Because it's just the
Oh,
sketchbook.
look, we all match. We all have wearing green.
Just what?
It's just the sketchbook part of it.
Oh, so there's no actual gameplay?
No, it's probably a little bit of it, but it's not like as intuitive as the rest of the game is going to be. What are we
You
naming?
said it earlier. They could have kept.
No.
What are we naming the team?
F you, Alpha.
Just take
Oh, alright.
just delete that.
We'll just keep it.
No, you take out Paul.
Well, we're leaving Paul there. Too. I did say Paul and his
I don't
wife.
remember why we named it the Gym Bros.
I don't know either. I don't even remember it.
What are we naming it? So, I know the first time we did F you Lenny,
No, we're doing Family Affair.
you could say the Wakandans.
Oh, the Wakandans.
Wakanda forever.
How about Rakama forever?
Rakama forever, yeah.
Or what?
Rakama forever.
That works.
Rakonda forever. Iombe! Ibombe! Wakanda forever.
Wow. Wakanda.
Go ahead and say it, man.
Baby.
My ninja.
Oh
I thought you were gonna do raw Conda forever. Like raw Luigi.
We got all the buttons tonight.
It could have been rock condom forever.
no. Nice.
Oh, why is it so funny?
Because you probably pictured in the Waluigi voice. Wakanda forever!
And you ate gummies. That's it.
Y'all got her laugh.
You know what they say? You Make you
Good
giggle.
evening, everybody, and
You make that
welcome
ass
to
jiggle.
Family Feud.
But, baby, you know I don't have no ass.
It's other yellow hat guy here, back with another video.
It's me, Lucky McCoy, the super.
And we got lucky bitch ass McCoy here.
Fuck with boy.
Guess what? We've got.
But in the house we've got Javi, we've got Alpha, we've got Jamie, we've got Vicky, and we've got Bernard.
Yeah.
And a creepy heart friend staring at all of us.
Let's meet their opponents. They're gonna be one tough bunch, let me tell you. This is gonna be a good one. You two teams are gonna duke it out by answering our survey questions and trying to guess the most popular answers. Whoever has the biggest score takes on the final round with a big advantage, where the winner takes home a massive stack of
So the
cash.
eyes are looking in different directions.
Let's play the feud.
Drink when we get nice.
Let's kick
Put a
things
mouth
off
on it
with
at
our
a time.
first round.
Not a time.
I want two people to join me over here.
I don't know what my face hurts.
We got this letter.
There's 8 answers on the board this round. I'm gonna ask you a question, and you need to buzz in first to answer.
I'm thinking
If you
very
can
hard.
find what's hiding behind the top slot, you get to choose if your family plays the round or gives it a pass. 100 people gave us an answer to this question. Name something a man might decorate his beard with at Christmas time. You're up first. What do you got?
Ornaments.
Okay then.
Because I've never
Is
done
it
that.
there? Ornaments.
Dang.
Oh, not the number one answer?
But it's not the top answer. What's your answer? Name something a man might decorate his beard with at Christmas time.
Okay.
That's what you're going with?
It's up there. Somewhere.
Let's see if it's there.
Not number one.
Oh.
It's there, but it's not any better than what we've got so far. You won the face-off, so tell me, play or pass?
Candy cane.
They've decided not to play on this one. Can't say I blame them.
Oh wow. Okay.
You're up. What you got for me?
Oh, you gonna let him play?
It's my favorite.
Pet?
Yeah, it comes with a lot of them.
Okay.
Said with confidence.
That'd be number one.
Say it
Let's
with your
take a look.
chest.
Lights.
Oh.
It's there.
I guess it's your turn, Bernard.
Get your feuding face on.
I thought that was Bernard.
All right.
Okay.
Let's try it.
Okay.
Let's see if that's a good answer.
Only you're a stripper.
Glitter.
We're like going
Yeah.
I
down.
guess we got a stripper. We should tip her.
Oh, ho,
Tip her.
Seaman.
Ah, no.
Feeling lucky?
Good answer.
Is it on the board?
Is it number one?
Tinsel.
Whoa!
Number one answer.
Okay.
Okay. I was like, okay,
Name
icicles,
something a
candy
man might
canes.
decorate his beard with at Christmas time.
Yeah, I guess it's
Another
my
one.
turn.
I think that's another.
Oh, yeah, candy canes.
Those were y'all's two answers.
Yep. I think we might have a chance at it.
Okie dokie. Time to check the board. Food.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ice.
Yeah. Ice?
There's
Can't
just
say
two
that word
answers
wrong.
up there.
Yeah.
Warning. I was thinking like icicles or flowers. Ice cream.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not.
Two answers left. Have you found one of them?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it was.
Look at that beautiful.
Okay.
This is
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Let's hear it.
yeah, I like that.
I don't know if it's up there.
Oh, no.
Who are these people that put all this stuff in their beers?
Oh,
Pine Grove Cemetery.
Answer accepted.
maybe pine,
Is
holly.
that the last
Oh,
answer on the board?
holly. Try holly.
That's not on the board. So you've earned yourself
Deck
a
the halls
strike.
with boughs of holly. Make a holly.
What do you think?
We'll just wait until
Or flowers.
they strike.
Yeah.
Strike out 2 more times and then.
Yeah. H-O-L-L-Y.
You have one, Vicky?
It's probably a very obvious one.
Nice. Did any of our 100 people say it? Holly. Another strike.
So that means it's probably mistletoe.
I think that would both be under
Name
flowers.
something a man
Oh,
might
yeah.
decorate his beard with at Christmas time.
Hold on. Let's think first.
Yep. That was the answer I had.
Just thought about that
Let's
right
see
now,
if you're
but
right.
that's not what I had.
Mistletoe.
That's a naughty Santa.
Ah!
That's the
Yeah.
I was
See, I thought that's what you put on your penis.
Yeah, it was like, so you put it there so you know.
Let's
Yeah.
start another round.
Let's see if
Let's
it's
find
up
out
there.
who's on top.
I was thinking paint.
All right, Peters, that's one round in the can. Let's see.
They only got 86 points for all that. Felt like they.
That was difficult.
Yeah.
86 points. The white man, the host, trying to oppress the Wakanda forever.
Big family down
The
in front.
nation of Wakanda.
11 am I?
The top 10 answers are on the board. Get those feuding fingers ready. Whoever buzzes in first gets a shot at the question.
You got this, Vicky.
We asked 100 people. Name something a clown has that's floppy. Think you got something?
His dick.
Come on,
His
bro.
shoes.
You know what? You're right.
That's good.
That should be number one.
Yeah.
Shoes.
Yep.
That's at the top. It's make up your mind time. Pass or play. You gotta play after a great answer like that. Got an answer for me?
Tits?
Wow. Oh, Mike.
Sure thing. Show me that answer. Toys. You hear that noise? That's a strike. Your guess, buddy. I see where you're going with this. Let's see what the survey says. Hat.
Okay, you got it.
There it is.
Yes.
It's clothes.
Moving along the feud chain.
I like that.
Neckerchief.
That's what that is.
Here we go then. Is that one of the ones we've got left?
No, it's not.
That's another strike. One more strike and you're in trouble.
Gloves. Okay.
Glockenspiel.
Alrighty then. Let's check the board and see if it made it. Gloves.
Wow.
That's 3
That's
strikes and you're out. We're going out a lifeline to the other family.
I don't like clowns, if that means.
I don't like them either.
I don't know what's happening.
All right,
All you gotta
so
do is find one answer on the board and they can steal the round.
floppy shoes, floppy hat, floppy clothes.
Name something a clown has.
Clothes
that's
like hat, floppy nose.
I said hair is probably the best one.
Hair? Alright. We'll do hair.
Cause that, it reminds me of Bozo the Clown, remember?
Homie, don't play that.
Oh yeah.
Homie.
And what did
I
our
was homie
Oh,
survey
when
say?
Homie the clown, you were home. No, you weren't.
Yes!
It's a steal.
Hey, why don't we put some points on the board?
It's all tied up.
Worth it. Clowns are terrifying.
They are.
Let's take a look at that one remaining answer. I can't even think what it could be.
Come on,
Speaking
be.
of clowns, have you guys seen that?
What was answer number
No.
2?
Welcome to Darien.
No. There's
Ears.
Ears.
Floppy
That's
ears.
What
weird.
the?
Everybody's thinking about the ears.
Let's find out who's in charge.
there's this clown
Our
who
families
like kills
have switched
people.
places on the
That's a
scoreboard.
lot. That's
There's
why I don't like
I
clowns.
know, but there's like 3 movies out of it.
Conway Gacy.
Yeah.
And he's recently become really big. All black and white.
Talking about it?
The Terrifier?
Terrifier.
Art the clown.
Nowhere near as
I don't
That's
even-
not a
Yes.
good person.
I don't even. I've never seen all those.
Oh my god,
Jericho's in it.
it's
That's the
so
only thing I know.
it's so gruesome.
You're doing a face off.
I heard people threw up watching the second one. In the theater, they threw
Dude,
up.
I can see why.
There's 7 answers up there this time. Time to raise the stakes. We're doubling the points. 100 people. We asked them the following. Name a city in Canada everyone's heard of. You're in first.
You know it? Okay. I think that's number 1.
Number 1.
All right, Drake.
That's your answer. Do we have it? Toronto.
There's 6 more answers though.
Answer number 1.
I know about 4,
Decision
maybe
time. Will
5.
you play or
I
pass?
only know a few.
All right, let me see. We're gonna play.
Rejoin your family
Yeah, I
and
know
let's
you
get
know
started.
football.
You look like someone who's got a good guess for us. Okay.
Can I Google?
I got some already in my head.
No.
No. There you go. Do you have it?
It was there?
Yeah.
I don't see Alberta.
Keep going. ERTA. No? What the hell?
I thought Alberta would be there, but
Admire your laid-back approach. but I'm
Quebec.
gonna need an answer from you
Yeah,
a lot
alright.
quicker than this.
Yeah.
There's Quebec, Vancouver, Montreal.
Have you got some food for thought?
Are you want me to type it? Or are you gonna type it?
No, you say that.
That's a lot to type for it to not be there.
Interesting answer. Let's check the board.
I was trying to get the ones that weren't obvious out of the way.
Awesome. Name a city in Canada everyone's heard of.
Montreal.
Yeah, alright.
A different type of ore. You got the golden on the one side.
It's worth a
Montreal.
shot.
Then you've got
Our survey
Quebec, you
says
said.
Montreal.
Oh, Pat.
Good work. It's your go. What do you think?
There you go, yes.
It ain't there though.
No, it's Britain.
No. What was the obvious one that was next?
Quebec?
Yeah.
Quebec. QUE. There it is. British Columbia.
Alright.
Let's see if that's a correct answer. Quebec.
Top four.
Good job.
Yeah.
Time for your guess.
What the fuck, man? Did we already say Ontario?
That's what I
No.
was just gonna say.
Shit!
Fuck!
Oh.
Got it right there.
See,
What?
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
How's Ontario not up there?
I don't know, because that's where Niagara Falls is. So.
Look, we've got 2 strikes. We've got to be careful.
Busy.
he said British.
British Columbia wasn't up there.
No.
Cheating, looking it up.
Oh, no, I was looking up Niagara Falls a minute ago.
I'm kidding.
Because I didn't know what city that was in.
I see you're the strong and silent type. The other family gets a chance to steal.
How the fuck is Ontario not up there?
Or
If
British
you want to steal
Columbia.
this round, you need to find me a missing answer. Name a city in Canada everyone's heard
Here we
of.
go.
Oh, we forgot Vancouver.
Oh, dude.
No!
Oh! Oh!
Yes! 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 Yes!
Edmonton.
Edmonton! That's what she's going for.
That sucks.
That totally sucks for her.
Let's check out the
Great for us, but sucks for them.
Oh,
Edmonton
with the
and-
double points.
Ottawa!
Ottawa, the
And the
capital,
6th most popular answer.
Canada.
Calgary. I thought of that
And
one.
Edmonton.
Niagara Falls.
Oh yeah, that's
I
because it's
didn't-
both
I was
sides.
gonna miss
But I
it.
didn't know it was a city because it says it's in Ontario.
Well, there's 2
On-
sides
oh,
to it.
Ontario's
There's the American
province.
side and there's the.
It's Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. Just like it's Vancouver, British Columbia,
Okay.
Canada. Like it's Charlotte,
I almost said to put in
North
Niagara
Carolina,
Falls
USA.
just to see, but
Yeah, Niagara Falls is the city.
We fucking
on
lucked out on
both
that
sides, like Vancouver.
Well, even then,
is
you
the
still
city
would've got it
on
wrong,
both
so.
yeah.
sides.
It's your turn, baby, to do the face off.
Oh shit.
We've got 4 answers to find. The
How do we
state's
now know Calgary?
because we're now
That's where
short on
fucking
points.
That's where my friend lives. That's where the
We
rodeo
conducted
is.
a
No, that's is that where?
question.
That's where
When
Bret
clowns
Hart's.
get
Yeah.
together, they probably compare the size of their
Oh,
Whoa.
Another clown one?
That's what you think, huh?
Clown car.
Shoes.
Survey says car. That's
shoes.
correct with a capital K, which means it's there. But there's still a better one. You got anything for us? When clowns get together, they probably compare the size of their what?
Nose can be one of them. The shoes has to be that number one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
I hate that they went back to
Anyone
fucking
in the
clowns
survey
again.
say this.
I hate clowns.
Shoes.
Yeah.
Wowee, number one.
Oh, we need this one.
Do you want to play or pass?
I should play.
Play?
We need this
Because there's only like 3 answers.
Alright.
Two there,
one.
but
Playing.
the nose, hair, and
Playing.
2 answers are left. Just 2. What could be
I mean,
easier?
but they got the shoes.
gloves.
Yeah, I put in car.
I would go with nose.
I would say nose.
I'm gonna say nose.
No, I mean, it was her turn, so she's like,
Ah, yes. I want to see that answer.
I want to
Nose.
see that ass.
Oh! There we go.
We're
Alright.
nearly there.
notes.
Hair or balloon
Gotta
animals?
guess ready? Because I'm going to need one.
I would say hair.
Alright, let's go with that.
Good. Okay. Is this the last answer we're looking for? Hair. It isn't
Hat.
there. First strike.
The hat,
But you've
the hat
still
was
got
up there
this.
on
I
the
know.
Okay.
other one, so.
Oh no. When clowns get together, they probably compare the size of their what?
I really want to say the
This horn.
Oh, okay.
I really feel like it's the balloon
And is that
animal.
the answer we need? Hats. Other family, I'd be getting ready if I were you.
I don't know.
Victims? I don't know.
Horn.
Answer remaining.
I go with hand.
Javi said horn.
Horn or hand. One of those two. Because they can have them big ass gloves.
I don't think it's that.
Got it. Will this make a clean sweep? Let's find out. Glove. I got bad news, folks. That's 3 strikes.
You're out.
We could be about to
I think
witness
you
a
were right
steal.
though.
If this family finds just one answer, they'll steal the round. You've got a shot here.
I was on you.
She had enough editors.
Penis, really?
Panties.
Hey, Chip.
Hands.
Hey, Chip.
It's up.
Panther.
Yes. Let's run with it. Pants.
Wow! They didn't get it. I was thinking, no, that might be it.
I was gonna say balloons.
Balloon animals is what I wanted to put. But I just didn't have confidence that I would type in fucking balloon and then have like 2 seconds left to erase
Answer
it.
you couldn't
What was
find.
it? What was it?
Number 4. Show yourself.
Yeah, show yourself.
Horn.
Horns.
y'all said horse.
He was right.
He was.
And here's a last look at those scores as we go into fast
Fast
money.
money.
You shouldn't get a shot at
And
it.
that's
Because
it.
we already won.
We have ourselves a winner.
I'm just saying.
Since you're first, you'll go first in fast money. Since you're the runner-up,
See, that's a
you'll be
bullshit.
going second. And
See, if they would have put the W in Wakanda, they might have won. Editor mistake.
it's time to go.
I'm sorry, babe.
Go in fast money. The captains from each team are
One day
going to
I'll
play.
take you to editor. I've never been to
This
Canada.
round, you need to answer 1 surveys against the clock. You go first, and your opponent goes after, answering the same 5 questions. Whoever comes up with the best answers takes home the big bucks. Start the clock.
Who had the Rock Honda?
Name an animal.
Rock Honda? No, Rock Honda.
You smell like.
You smell like a skunk.
Name something every person in America should be able to afford.
A car.
Name a game that can be played with just a pencil and paper.
Yeah.
Name an animal your spouse sounds like when they whine.
Wow. Did they squeal?
Name a kind of dumb bird
Okay,
that might
really?
sit on a golf ball thinking it was an egg.
Oh, chicken?
That's everything.
I just went with Bernard's answer. He said it so loud, I was like, oh, well.
Let's switch to the
See, I
other
thought I was
side.
quiet. Like,
There you go, fast money time.
You're gonna have to work a little harder. You'll be facing the same questions, but you can't repeat any answers. If you do, you'll have to take another
That's
guess.
bullshit.
Ready? Start the clock. Name an animal you wouldn't want to be told you smell like. Name something every person in America should be able to afford. Name a game that can be played with just a pencil and paper.
painting.
Name an animal your spouse sounds like when they whine.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Name a kind of dumb bird that might sit on a golf ball thinking it was an egg.
They said chicken, right?
Pigeon.
They said pigeon.
We're done. And now you can relax. That was the final question. Who's gonna come out on top? Let's find out.
Doesn't matter because we already won. We shouldn't even have to play.
No. Did she say smell like a boar?
We asked.
You did?
Name an animal you wouldn't want to be told
A
you
rat.
smell like.
Oh.
This is how you answer.
I was going to say
Skunk is
boar,
number
but skunk should be
Skunk
number
is
one.
number one. And it would have been like dog.
We got ourselves
Dog
Yeah.
would have been
one
free.
answer. Our second question was, name something every person in America should be able to afford.
I went with the presidential answer.
TV.
Let's reveal what these are worth. We've got
Dang.
one good answer and one.
I know, I was
less
thinking,
good
like,
answer.
what I want a politician to tell me, not versus
That
like a
was
practical
our top
item like
answer.
he's saying.
Mm.
Like candy
Question
bar.
3.
But how
Name a
makes
game
sense to
that
me.
can be played. with
Well, it
just
does
a
because you're in the
pencil
position to
and
buy one, but it says
paper.
every
Here's what you
American,
said.
Mm.
not what every American would like to be able to
Those
afford.
answers.
Tic tac toe, baby. Tic tac toe. Yeah.
I made up for it there.
One answer. For the next survey question, we asked, name an animal your spouse sounds like when they whine.
Clown.
These were your answers.
Pig is good.
Those answers look good, don't they? Not
Oh,
bad.
cat was
Some
higher.
solid answers there.
By 3. We'll still not.
So the top answer,
Dog.
dog.
No.
For our last question of the game.
Yeah, they do be wanting
Name
to,
a kind of dumb bird that might sit on a golf ball thinking it was an egg.
I think chicken
You
is number
answered.
one.
I think it might be.
And for the last time,
It might be pigeon. No.
that's it.
Okay.
We have a winner.
Again, we dominated.
We
Same.
have a winner.
Okay.
Congratulations. We're going to take your score from Fast
L
Money
for love,
and
L for love.
multiply it by 10. This is what you're taking.
F you, Alpha and Paul.
Thank both of you.
Raw Conda forever. Raw Conda forever.
Do you want to play again?
So we have an Asian trying to say Wakanda. Wakanda?
So what I like about the Family Feuds is they're like right at like 30 minutes. Alright, y'all. Another fun one. Make sure that you like, comment, subscribe, and share. And we will see you in the next one. For myself, for Javi, for Jamie, for Bernard, and for Alpha Joel.
Whoa! F you, Alpha.
We will see you in the next one. I think I'll let that guy
Fastest thinker and slowest thinker.
Good one.
I missed it. Was I on it?
Yeah, up top.
Best answer was
Multiple
shoes.
Strikes.
No strikes.
I got most strikes.
Oh.
Whatever. We still won.
Alright, quick intermission, and then we will jump over to what y'all came here for. The champion last week was...
I'll be there.
2 weeks ago. I won 2 weeks ago.
Last week it was. We played doubles.
Yeah, we won the doubles.
Yeah. The week before, so it would have been whoever.
But I think it was Javi.
Yeah.
So Javi versus... Who was the runner-up that game?
You were.
Me.
Yeah,
Then-
because everybody else got.
I'm gonna let the boys play.
Leonard got. Leonard.
All you
I'll let the boys
Bernard,
play.
Bernard got 1. Because I took everything. I had 5.
Okay.
Jamboree
That was one of
TV.
the most dominant games that I had.
Does everyone want to take a break first, or just...
Yeah, let's
Take a quick break.
Alright.
stretch.
Let's quit it then and come right back. And
I don't know if he was about to hit the rest of it.
do a standby.
Abstract brainwave.
Captain Sensation.
how are you? I'm Captain Sensation. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, enjoy my creations. Movie reviews, let's plays, they're amazing. Stay tuned for more, I'm Captain Sensation. Sympathy for Pokemon and Atari. Wait, here's more funny Mario Party. Games that are chores and some that are gnarly. Fun with Gen X, Virgin Rose, and Kari. Woo! Here we go, y'all. And I remember to unmute it. And we're going to hit recording.
It's me, Mario.
Or... Oh, I didn't want to do it like that yet. All right, cut, start it over. It's other yellow hat guy here, back with another video. And we are going to play some more Mario Party Jamboree. In the house today, we have Alpha, Dog, Wolf. We have Bernard.
Chill.
We have Javi, a.k.a. Latino Heat. And we have two other people who aren't playing. But it's fine. No, we have Vicky and Jamie here.
Jamie!
Our new editor. And, championship belt is on the line.
That's right. Latino Heat. 2. Going 2.
So y'all grab y'all's controllers.
Where we at? Where the controllers at?
There's like one right here in the center.
Is it this one?
No.
That one?
Yeah. I don't know why this one's over here. This one probably fell on the ground and needs to go back over here. There's one next to Bernard as well. Alright. You're gonna use Yoshi as your avatar? Is that what your plan is?
I mean, but I gotta do that because I think somebody else can.
So whatever the fourth controller is somehow timed out.
I got it.
Alright. I'm glad that was seamless. 'Cause back in the day, it might take 20 minutes to get another controller paired up. And it's like, oh my gosh, will you just hurry up? Okay, now there's a lot more room on this side. We need to... there we go. Do I need to tilt it some more? Yeah, I think we need to tilt it some more.
I can switch places.
No, that's cool.
Keep going. You don't have
Well, then I won't be in it either.
Yeah, I'll switch. Oh,
Yeah, let's say we can move over there.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm already not in it anymore.
I'm sorry, Vicky. I promise I won't touch him.
Oh, he just touched me. Get the brass knuckles.
Right.
Get the strap.
Giggity.
No right.
I didn't know that's the kind of video we were going to be in tonight. Something better.
I thought somebody's going to use the heart this time. That would have been hilarious.
Oh, well, Yoshi's a little in front of
You have to move Yoshi out of the way. Oh, he's not using. Okay, never mind. Got it! Excuse me.
Pull out. Ooh.
So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to come in your spot to watch Royal Rumble, but what did you think of it?
I enjoyed the women's.
Now, when you watched it, did you have to pay for ESPN, or what was it actually on?
So you have to get ESPN Unlimited.
So you can't just get regular ESPN.
It's not regular ESPN.
Damn.
So when they said it was regular ESPN at the beginning, when they first did that shit, it was lying. It was a lie. But I'm not paying more than like I had a bundle. I had to change my bundle.
So you already had ESPN, but you didn't have that version.
Right. So I got rid of it off of my Verizon, and then I added another bundle differently. But I ended up paying just like $10 more, and then I got rid of some other things that I wasn't using. So I ended up back paying the same amount. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just I'm good, I guess. I might have added like another $5 to my bills for the year.
Oh, that's it? Just 5 more?
Yeah, but I have a lot of streaming services.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I bundle up a lot of the shit. Like I got Apple and Peacock together now. Yeah.
I think Paramount just went up from
Paramount
$5 to like $9, or $6 to like $9.
Well, if you pay for the year, it's only like $60.
Yeah, I think I'm paying it by month or something like that. Paramount.
And it includes UFC.
Okay. I know Peacock is like over $100 a year now. I'm paying for that for a year.
Well, that's why I bundled with Apple. Because I can get that one in Apple.
See, I had the Disney
for like
bundle.
$8.
I had the Disney bundle, which includes ESPN, but Hulu. But Hulu's going away, so it's like, well, y'all need to reduce my bill. Yeah, Hulu's going away.
So when?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it's in March.
No shit.
Because they have everything on Disney.
Yeah, if you have Disney Plus, all the Hulu stuff is already on it right now anyway.
Well, I have both, so.
But what I liked was, and people listening may or may not agree, but I would say, hey, Mom, you can log in my Hulu because I'm not using it.
Yeah.
And I've just logged in Disney Plus, which has the same stuff. Alright, Mario Party hobby, we're going to let you pick where you want to spend.
Ooh. I haven't done this in a while. That shit takes forever. So, let's do the island. Yeah, let's do the volcano island. You would think that with the expansion pack, they would add more islands.
Yeah, they fucked us on that. I was like, at least give one more island. Or remix them or something.
Bring back something from like a previous one.
Well, the Mario one is from a previous one. The castle is from Mario Party 2. And I think one of the other ones is from an older one as well.
Damn.
I was gonna laugh if there was a 10.
Nobody ever gets the same number.
You know what? You might be right.
They never do that. It's all predetermined. Because it'll be a tie.
Yeah.
It's never been a tie.
Are you saying it's rigged?
Yeah, of course it's rigged.
There was definitely some RNGesus on this.
Well, we did go the last game, all game except for like the last turn, without a block. And Vicky got that block.
So spoilers: Roman Reigns won,
Yeah.
and he's picked CM Punk to defend his belt against.
Honestly, I thought Gunther should have won. Since he's already retired 3 stars.
Was he the one? Who was the runner-up?
Gunther.
It was him versus Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That would have made sense.
I think
A bigger push.
retiring Cena and AJ Styles, he should have a belt.
And, what's his name?
He retired somebody else? Oh yeah, Goldberg was number 1.
Goldberg. I hate that guy. He's stupid.
3 really good, well I won't say really good wrestlers, but 3 really big names.
There you go. That's
He
the best way to put it.
Yeah. 2 good wrestlers and a really, yeah. I recently read that, speaking of Goldberg, all those 271 matches didn't even happen.
Oh, you're talking about the...
Remember he had that streak?
Yeah, the whatchamacallit effect? Mandela effect?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Well, no, they said, he said, no, we didn't even do all those matches. It was only, like...
It was probably 70.
Yeah, or something like that. And some of them were on house shows that he didn't even wrestle there, and they gave him the credit for it.
I can see that.
You know it's Bernard's turn when he takes forever reading the item description.
Trying to decide what
He still doesn't know what they all do. We're going to have to get you a walkthrough. Save it in your phone browser to know what all the items do.
You know, Goldberg, now you're talking about Goldberg. He went up to Matt Riddle trying to start some shit. Matt Riddle's a legit UFC fighter. Legit. He's beat the shit out of guys before. Like, he was really good in the UFC. Why would you want to fight an MMA fighter when all you've done is football and pretend to beat people up on TV? That's like CM Punk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, it's half your age. So, on top of you being tired earlier, you'd be fragile, crippled. I'll get 2.
I accidentally hit the button too fast and boom. Oh, there you go. Well, you get an item here. Though. Oh!
I like that. I'll take it.
Now watch. The cookie cutter game is going to show up.
Because I'm not playing.
Exactly.
There's no Peach, so there's going to be cookie cutters.
Just pick Cage Catch, Bernard. Oh, he got lucky. He got so lucky. I had too much sugar tonight because I should be asleep by now. But that donut, the fruit punch. the cookie with the M&Ms in it.
Fruit punch.
Yeah, I have fruit punch in the fridge.
Okay.
It's not good, but it's there. It was either that or Bernard's Fantas, which are in the garage. So if you like what are they? Pineapple?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you like those, they're
Fantas?
yeah, they're in the garage if you want them.
Okay. Maybe.
Or they'll be here Super Bowl. You want one? I'll go get you one.
Either say it's the Super Bowl, or I might just take one.
What is it?
Fanta, you can't drink it. It's carbonated.
Start.
See, this is harder when it has everybody's face on it. Go away! I feel like it's an incentive for them to hit you too. It's like, I want to hit your face.
When it hits your face.
Finish.
All right. Yeah, so kept 15 points.
New turn.
I got to hit you, but it's okay.
Alright, alright, alright.
Oh,
Really?
That's not bad.
Yeah, but I could have been at the thing start.
No, you weren't. You were never gonna reach it.
he says it's his since he has a triple dice.
No, I'm not even gonna try. I think one of you guys will get it before I will.
Pretty sure it's your turn next.
No, I'm last.
Oh, I thought I was last. Nice.
6, that's all you need.
I would use the lodestone first. Use the lodestone to get rid of it and get 2 coins out of it. See, he needs 6, but he only has 10 coins. So it doesn't matter. Go ahead and use the lodestone, bro. That way you get 2 coins and you get it out of your inventory.
You need 7.
Hey, that's good. That's what you wanted. A few more coins would have been nice for you, but...
Watch Wario pass this off. Latino Heat.
Ah, one away.
So close.
Oh, what I thought about buying, I got anyway.
Audio thing.
14.
Well, you got the.
Yeah, I have it.
You got the best opportunity.
Might as well. Fuck. Fuck.
Wow!
Oh, the worst
He got Jamie.
Jamie.
And he's landing on a negative space.
Oh, sucks to be you.
Triple dice and he got what, like an 8?
Damn, you did get Jamie. Oh. Damn.
Well,
Can't call it Alpha no more. Alpha's been having good luck.
Oh no, Jamie, like as if he was gonna roll big and then you're
Yeah.
like 2, 1.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going the other way. Well, Bernard, you need to win the next minigame. If you think you're going to get the star.
Bullshit.
Minigame.
So, did they reveal who the new masked person is?
No, but my guess is it's either Logan Paul or Austin Theory.
But I thought they were in the...
Right, but before they came out, it was Ron Breaker was the second, and so
I thought it was going to be somebody completely different.
because Oba Femi took Ron Breaker out. Oba Femi, the Wulo. I'm telling you, Alpha, you'll like Oba Femi.
Because he's African.
He's fucking dope. Bad motherfucker.
You got this, Latino here.
Yay!
Keep them going. Woo!
I was hoping they would use you as a shield. At least. I was trying to go around them.
And he just plowed through both of us.
That's what she said. I can't even find that annotation anymore. Oh, there we go. That's what she said. Got it. People are like, you don't use it as much anymore. I was like, yeah, because we've been dealing with snow and inclement weather.
That's what she said.
Yeah, and we're just like, somebody say something that's
Jamboree.
warmer. Look at that glow around her. Does everybody else glow like that? When they first show up?
Yeah. I remember Luigi showing it. DK showed it.
Oh, we're in high tide now? Damn.
So nobody's getting it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, you are.
Me?
Yeah. You're right there.
Oh, that's right. I was one away. Well, wasn't Bernard like one away too?
I got one space.
Oh, he can't get to it. I see the circle's cut off.
Yeah.
Now I get a wolf box.
I'm getting nothing but items.
I would use that other lodestone too, just to get it out of my inventory. Unless you want to warp to a shop. It's up to you though. I know, I said it after you already used it, but... I swear he's, I don't know. My thought was not nice what I was going to say. He just sounds like there's something mentally wrong with him. And the fact that they annotated all these different... It's like, is that some kind of language, or does he have like a disability?
Oh no.
you saying the Italian sound funny?
At last, Mario has reached a star. So you want a star? No, thanks. No! You know, I didn't really do that.
Don't pull the ball.
Keith will return soon.
Well, I mean,
Keith will return in Avengers Doomsday.
You would end up getting it anyway, wouldn't you?
I think so.
This month, though, so
Oh, he canceled?
he's going to see his girlfriend in South Carolina.
He's gonna pass by here.
He said he'll do another time. He's going to spend the whole weekend with her.
Hell yeah! That's what's up.
I mean, I can't be mad at him for that.
Looks like I'm gonna start too.
Okay, maybe I can warp over there.
Hey, you guys. Yes.
Ah. Hey, you guys.
You know they're making a second one?
You got a star.
How the hell are they going to make a second when everybody's like older than us?
They could use their kids. Duh. Jeez. Alpha.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same.
It's being negative Nancy.
It's not going to be the same. The Goonies, yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Everybody in the Goonies is probably like 60 years old now.
No, they're in the 50s.
They're in the Goonies. They're in their late Goonies.
So what?
I said they're in their late Goonies.
What you guys said.
Mini game.
I don't think they should Kid Rock.
Said what? Kid Rock.
No, I don't think they should have Kid Rock. Because there's so many other movies that have done the same thing, like Bill and Ted.
What? Oh, that movie sucked.
I think I have it up there somewhere.
The newest one, the third one?
Yeah, I think it's up there on the. It's so bad I don't want to put it in my actual collection. So it's like on top of the movies over
I
there.
feel you.
I'm pretty sure it is. Let's actually go look.
You decided to go look for a bad movie.
Oh, this is Bogus Journey.
A Bogus Journey out like.
Looks like we're waiting on Mario.
I mean, you can say it. I'm just now noticing the sparkles in the snow.
Start.
Oh,
Somebody get Mario! Somebody get Mario!
Finish.
Yes!
Damn it!
Alright.
I got away with it too if it wasn't for you and your stupid dog.
Good job, Alf.
yeah.
Oh boy, oh boy.
See, I think I should have got points for some of the people who got hit. Y'all should only get points. Y'all all shouldn't get points for it.
Where'd this? Oh, the star ended up over there on the volcano. It's on the volcano.
Let's take a shot at the dark and see where we end up. 4 o'clock.
Might just end up over there.
No.
Oh, no.
Ah! Wow, that was awful.
Well, you might want to buy another one. Get a pipe at least.
Need again.
You might want to lay down some pipe. Get the pipe, buddy. Get the pipe.
Go to the other shop.
True. Or
Go
and right
send
back
you
up there.
Could be.
Should have got the pipe. Would have been cheaper. Same shit. 15 points.
Just one item though. Golden pipe? Nope. Double dice. Triple dice.
Ooh, okay.
Here's later. I think after this is low time.
Yep.
Lay down some pipe.
Just in case. Because this can
Just put it down, Jamie. Just put it down. What the fuck are you watching?
I'm watching the succulent get together.
It's food, right?
No, it's a flower.
Oh.
The dead leaves picked off.
Mario time.
There's a turtle on a boat waving.
Yep.
Is he waving or is he steering the boat?
He's waving.
The boat's not moving.
I didn't want to say that.
Yeah.
Well, Bernard, we know where your mind's at.
He's using his shake weight for me.
Dude, use the pipe. Use the pipe to see where you go.
His arms right.
You might end up right there at the start. There you go, see?
Way past the star.
But at least it's
You're closer than anybody else.
That's fine. At least it wasn't the Bowser.
I have yet to get big numbers.
Bonus minigame.
Why is it me versus everybody 3 fucking games in a row? The fuck, man?
I don't understand it either, man. But, fuck you.
Blame it on the crane. I don't even care. Just wanted to be over with. They're like, you know who's not getting coins? This guy. Why? Because we're just going to keep putting 1 vs 3 minigames. Anthony Davis traded to the Wizards.
Yeah, I saw that. They're still giving up too much, man. He ain't shit anymore.
Brady backs Pats and post.
Yeah, it was like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Oh, crap.
So after
I wasn't even paying attention. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's all good.
so after people gave him crap for not picking the Patriots, now he's like, go get the 7th ring. I had to get at least one of y'all. Damn it, Javi, get your fat ass in here.
Well, fuck you.
I'm saying, Paulo. Wario is a big object. I should be able to grab him.
That's what you get.
That's how you know we've been playing this game too long. Y'all have gotten good at it.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it's like, I just get everybody with like first 10, 15 seconds. Now people have strategies and they're like roll in different directions. Like, just hurry up.
Fucking low tide. About fucking time. Use the 3 dice.
Yeah, it's probably the best move. Or you can use the other store.
I would not do that.
I'm just messing.
Don't do it,
He's
man.
thinking about it.
Don't do it, man.
I gotta burn it anyway.
Yeah, but don't do it right now. You might just end up in the same fucking spot.
Gotta use something.
Use the
Triple
3
dice.
3 dice, bro.
8.
Don't pull a hobby and get Jamie.
Yeah.
There you go.
You're good right now. That, you just got it. Good job.
20.
20 on the money.
Plus, you get to steal points for free.
You can steal coins from Javi on the way.
Actually,
Oh, a star.
yeah,
I wouldn't
yeah.
do that.
Yeah, because then you won't be able to get the other star.
Yeah, you're right. Because now we broke. Yeah, we so far from a mini game.
I would just get the coins right now, man.
Yeah, just rob Javi.
It don't matter.
Really? You want 8 coins? That was a foul right there. You wanted 8 coins when you could have had 51 or 55.
I mean, I wouldn't have got all 51.
You would have got like 20 though.
And there's the first star.
Yeah.
I gotta catch up.
That's not bad.
Of course, it's right there. No, I went away from it. He's gonna be right there.
Ho, ho, ho.
Jonah's favorite part of the game. Go to Bucky's. Go to Bucky's.
Oh.
Well, this is gonna be painful for you.
No bueno, Bucky.
Me as well. Look at that.
That's a lot.
I don't have
of
any.
fucking
I don't have
spots.
any coins though, so they ain't getting shit from me.
That's a lot of spots.
This is why he should have taken the coins from Javi.
If I was you, I would use the sword now.
Where you going, shopping? Hopefully it lands over there.
Yeah. There you go.
Really?
Well, that's only 3 points.
Put me on the hot spot? I thought it was supposed to be okay.
Now you're on 13.
Buy something, will you?
Alright. This is where they have the good shit.
Tide shell.
Yeah. I think that's the best one. What does that other one do?
The treasure chest.
Yeah.
Lets you steal an item from somebody, but it's a random item. You can't pick specifically.
Yeah, I wouldn't grab that. Fuck that. I'd get the tide thing. Or the warp box.
You can. So I'm playing Earthworm Jim 2 the other day.
I never passed the first one.
First one I beat.
I couldn't get past like the first two levels or third level.
Second one, they're like, you know what? Let's make it more absurd than the first game. I think the first level is called like anything but tangerines. Or something like that.
Groovy.
and the cows talk to you now, they're like, well done, good job. But there's a particular section in the first level where you're inside a home and you're using a little chair that's got a lever to make you go up and down the stairs. There are grandmas, old white grandmas, that fall from the sky and they land in your lap if you don't move out of the way. They land in your lap and they berate you and go, fresh, fresh. These grandmas aren't wearing panties. Only reason why I know this is because I kept losing life because every time they land in your lap, they go fresh and they hit you, and then you see their legs open, and it's like, oh, no underwear. I don't know, that was just a random thought, but I did play that.
I think it's gonna take your coins, that's it.
He gave them money.
Oh, right on.
Mario time! Mario time.
I also have no coins.
Ooh. Hey, you're 4 away.
Can't buy anything either.
Dude, you're about to get another start.
Yep. That is still a start.
Works for you.
Actually, where do I need to go? Nine, 10. If I could land there. Let's just do that. Be nice if I could pick like 13 or something like that.
Would it be nice? You don't have shit.
Thanks, Alpha.
Dang.
There you go, you get 15.
No hidden block, nothing. Hidden block would have been nice on top of that. 8 away from the star, there it is. Yeah.
Wait, I thought you were next. Oh, you had already gone. Okay. Makes sense now.
I don't think. Did you count the spaces?
Said 8 to start, so
Yeah.
I'll just stick with 8.
I was just thinking about how you're gonna get burned on the way. Hey.
Should have won the 10. We got some points.
Mio! Oh!
Ooh.
Next Mario movie is not that far away. It's like a month and some weeks.
There's some pretty decent movies out right now.
Comes out, what, beginning of April? So there's like, what, 2
Mario?
more weeks? Yeah, 2 more weeks of this month, and then...
Doesn't it come out in March?
No, it's April, like, well, probably like late March if you go to the early preview. But they moved it to April 1st.
Minigame.
Oh, it's not a one versus everybody minigame for once?
Which one do you want? I don't want to do that. I'd rather do Shadow Play.
Alright, fine.
Not Rocky Road. One of those two.
I could have done either of them. But I'll just... Huh.
We good.
I remember this one.
Yeah, remember we kicked ass last time?
This one. It's
Huh.
like timing, so it's like when you swing and you grab the other.
I think Vicky's first time playing it was last time.
I've played this thing a while.
Looks like we're waiting on Bernard.
And you.
Oh, yeah, man. Sorry.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Three, two, one, go!
Shoot! Shapoopy. No!
Oh,
Fuck!
at the end.
There we go.
There we
Dude,
go.
we're right there.
I saw it.
Right fucking there. Good job, guys. Good game.
Down to the wire.
New
I
turn.
needed those coins. Yeah, go away, Jonas.
Alright, so.
You just need to get on the other side, man. Because high tide's about to hit.
If I get lucky.
It tells you at the bottom.
Oh.
Right there next to the mini game, it says high tide. Three away, wow.
There you go. Get it. I'd get the other one now. No.
Double dice.
I'd get the other store because it's probably going to end up back on the other side.
Either way, I'm gonna come back across the store if I get stuck there.
Okay.
You got a star.
I'm your star.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm like right there.
Me too.
That's some bullshit. Mini game. Where's the mini game?
Nice.
The board was like.
Oh, he still has the chain shot.
Yeah. 16 away.
Fell out through the blanket.
It's up to you, Bernard. It's your game.
See, I'm not mad at it because I don't have enough points anyway.
I think I was probably gonna get it.
Possibly, yeah. I think because you were after me. I think you were gonna get it.
I might still get lucky with something else. What's that? What's the question mark or the exclamation point?
It means because the tide.
Oh, okay.
You mean, oh, the exclamation point changes the,
The tide.
yeah.
I would get the shot.
Shot.
Why should we now? Get the bite. Because the shot will end up right back there, and the dice, the fucking stars on the other side of that little island. Oh.
Versus minigame.
Okie dokie. Will 15. For 20 coins, guys. Ooh, I like that.
Of course it's this game. Without even looking at it, I heard how annoying it was. I was like, oh, what is this? It's like the clappers from Donkey Kong Country.
Start.
Blue.
Yellow got that.
I can see it right away. Nobody was after your shit.
It's strategy.
Well, I lost one coin. Interesting.
Mario time!
Is that enough? Nope. No ghost house. That's where I was trying to get to.
Minigame.
I wonder what side is gonna push us to.
What it is with this one right here. Yeah, there you go.
What? What happened?
I keep forgetting. Oh man.
Start.
Oh, we're all still here. Usually somebody's dead by now.
Oh dang. Oh, I know.
No!
Shit! Good job, Leonard. You needed it.
Yeah.
You needed a win.
You got it.
Congratulations.
I was right fucking there, too.
New turn.
High tide. I think we're end up on this side.
Oh, wow. I think that's putting you back at the beginning, right?
Oh, no, yes. That's what I wanted. Sweet.
Or no, you're not at the beginning, you're back at the volcano. But you wanted that.
Yeah, because that's where the star's at.
And Alpha got trapped.
Well, no, I think he can still make it on the other side.
No.
Can he take the... Yeah.
He's got to land right
Yeah,
on
that's
the exclamation point. Now he can use that to land right on there and
get over on the other side.
Yeah.
28. Yeah. We'd go up, and then... What the fuck?
No, y'all are trapped in the loop.
No shit.
You can use the other. He can use the other store.
Yeah, use the pipe.
Go with the pipe. Where am I going though?
Oh my gosh!
That sucks.
Say you hate me without saying it.
Oh.
I'm gonna get something to drink on that.
Oppression.
That was wrong. That was wrong on so many levels.
So much for Black History Month.
Well, you can still buy some stuff and maybe find yourself back over there.
Okay. I might as well.
I mean, that's all you can do is roll the dice at this point.
Like, that was offensive. They were like, nah, you stand right where you are. And here's what I'm wondering, right? Because nobody's ever asked this. Do you think when there's a tide, they just don't let you travel? Like if there's a tide, they're like, you gotta stay within this realm. Do you think that's a thing?
I mean, unless you get that exclamation point, right?
No, I'm saying if you try to like escape from an area, but there's a tide, do they not move you like we want to leave? It kept him over there and didn't let him go to a different place. That's twice he's done that to him. He tried it before and it like kept him in a crappy area.
If we were technically closer to this side, then we're the other side.
Awesome.
Lucky.
I'm surprised you didn't use a custom.
Nah, I think I'm better off using that later. That's some shit.
Bonus minigame.
Oh, Jamie's not playing.
Aw, tree troll.
Yes.
It's all you, Alpha.
Start.
I already lost. I ran out of rhythm. Fuck.
Damn!
Oh, I got second. All right.
Finish.
Good job, man.
Like fucking a vending machine.
We tied?
I usually get 8.
Okay.
New turn.
Yeah.
You should use the dice. I mean, the block. The custom so you can go over to the next side.
Let's see, hold on.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5.
I can't count, I'm sorry.
6. It's 6. 5 is 5.
Yeah, we're definitely there. 6.
No, it'd just be 5. Because you can't, you have to land on that
You have to land on exclamation.
So it has to be 5.
Exclamation will let you go down the
You're
path.
right. You're right. My bad.
You do anything over that, it's going to keep you in the loop.
Yep.
Here it is.
Exactly 5. Dang.
Dude, all you can do is just roll the dice. Remember, we're stuck in the loop. You gotta go to the.
What's this?
You land on the chat stop space.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, you do. You're losing. And you can kind of steal a star from somebody. So if you custom dice a 2, there you go.
What we're saying is you can steal from me.
You can steal from anybody. Everyone has a star but him, so even if he stole from me, I mean. But yeah, you probably want to steal from one of them since they have the most.
Just put that on right.
Oh, here comes the pain. He might get coins from people too.
Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go.
This music is so chill for something so awful. That should happen.
I have no stars, so yeah.
Oh, there's a star and coin one.
Chance time.
Well, this was anticlimactic.
That really helps me out. You gotta hit the other box. Thanks. I appreciate you.
Oh gosh. Okay. I've never used this before, so okay.
That's sad, bro. I thought you would at least pick a star.
I wanted to pick a star.
Because I just watched it so many times, like anybody can hit the A button here. I was able to see there was a star and a coin one for the first time.
I thought the first one that they were doing, the first rotation would have been it. No, clearly wasn't. So yeah. Was not paying attention. Okay. There you go. You're welcome.
1.
I'll avenge you here.
1. Ah! That's what you get. Take a star. Sorry, buddy. Me and you, Alpha. Me and you.
Bring the heat.
I'm gonna stop on you. I'm gonna run your ass over, Alpha dog. I like to see you try.
Bring it back. Switch blades?
With a little switch to switch blades and switch from a 6 to a 16-inch blade. Shit's like a samurai sword, a sensei. But shits don't change to this way, on this way. Still tell a utslay it's bay, say my ik day. Excuse my ik pay, Adelaide, but up pay, ik pay. Yeah. That's Eminem, that ain't me. I wish I could rap like that. And then you didn't have like Genius or the lyrics to like look up what he was saying.
Yeah.
So you had to like write it out because lots of other people were fucking up.
Yeah.
Mini game.
So then he's like, I'll still tell a slut bitch to suck my dick. Excuse my pig Latin, but fuck a pig. That's what he's saying.
I like the card one. Fuck everything else.
All right, fine. I could do the jump the gun, but I'll just pick the card. Oh, we're doing it anyway. And it's Bernard. You gotta jump. They never let me jump. You gotta jump on the bullets. The ones that are already. Yep.
You're gonna have to double up the bullets on me.
It's a horrible game.
It really is.
It's the best.
I fucking hate it.
Worst. I hate that game.
She woke up for that. She was having nightmares.
I was awake the whole time.
Oh.
Yeah, I second this. I'm never picking this again.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
There's a reason. There's a reason.
Looks like.
Yeah.
Keep shooting. Keep shooting. I'm not jumping. Keep shooting.
Alpha fell
Looks like
asleep
we're
on
waiting
it.
on Shy Guy.
That might help us for night.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, we can give it a shot.
Come on, Alpha.
Pun intended,
We
right?
gotta get this.
Give it a shot.
Start.
Keep shooting, man. Just keep shooting. I'll catch up to wherever you're shooting.
He can only shoot like 3 at a time, though. Alright, Bernard, you got this, man.
You game.
Son of a bitch.
I'll leave it there.
Almost there.
Both of y'all are right about the same spot. Bernard should have won right there, but he fell off.
There we go.
He was
There
right
we
there.
go.
You were right there, bro.
There we go.
Not me. Ah. I was just about to like make a full jump, but no.
You probably could have just jumped over the last one and got there, but
What round is this?
I don't even remember where it is.
We're
9?
Yeah.
out of 15.
It's Yoshi.
Jamboree.
Vicky, what are you doing there? Want to be riding my ass all this time. 42.
Good, yeah.
Shit, bro. I'll tell you right now, your best bet is just to hit the regular dice block, and I'll go and take the star from you. I got a golden pipe.
New wares for sale.
Get the gold pipe.
Took them long enough.
Oh,
No, the
shit.
gold pipe is on the other one.
Damn. Either that one or the shell.
And we gotta do this Yoshi minigame. Awesome.
Showdown minigame.
Ooh, what if I wanted and it allowed me to have multiple
Oh, it will.
pipes?
Oh no, it won't let you get multiple pipes, but you'll be able to buy 2 stars if you have this.
Because the copies items are
From somebody else.
True.
So if you pass Alpha, it might copy any of those 3 things he has. But you won't because you're going to pick
Crazy race up the
the
hill.
golden pipe and you're going to land right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now your next turn.
Oh, I won't get this one. I forgot about this. Yeah, this shit sucks.
Jonas used to compete at this.
Jonas, he was hardcore on this one.
Everybody else hates it.
He's got a voice or what?
You just have to make it to the top. Uh-oh. He's got a low battery.
Three, two, one, go!
What's that?
How did I miss that?
These damn jumps. Oh, this damn jump. I hate this.
Fuck. I got third.
Damn it, Mario.
I knew I would catch you once I fell behind.
I kept seeing Alpha behind me. So he must have fell off somewhere.
Didn't fall.
Well, this is your way to catch up, brother.
Yeah.
Shit, you got 53 coins. 50.
Yeah, you can still a coin. I can still a star.
Well, you can get 2 stars next time it comes around.
See what we end up with over here.
Coins.
Golden Goombaki. Golden Goombaki.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Because we already had fire.
Jonas will be happy.
Got money and no stars.
You're 35. You can go to the store and get a golden pipe. You there?
Mario time!
Seriously? What's with these sucky ass rolls?
I knew you were gonna do
It's just business, man.
that. I don't take offense to it.
You got a star. Solo star. There you go again. All you got is 8 plus more.
Okay. There you go. See, it's like I didn't take it from you at all.
That's right there, though. You got enough to get another one right there.
Did I not pass it?
Nope. Because you're on this side.
Yeah. Nice.
Mini game.
Nobody ever picks Big Top Quiz anymore. They're like, fuck that game.
No.
But then every now and then Bernard picks something that he wants to try, and we end up picking it, and it's like, no!
I didn't pick this.
Who picked this one? Oh my gosh. Alpha, you dog.
Why would you do that to us, man?
Okie dokie.
So, Alpha's gonna be the first one out.
You called it.
No, because somebody would let me get.
We made sure that he would get that.
Sorry.
Does he get all the coins, or do we get some?
I think it's distributed.
Okay, I got 2.
I got tree.
New turn.
I was leaving there with something.
And
You can always move the star.
right, just for that. Just for that.
It's okay.
You're gonna put it closer to him.
Damn! Damn you game!
Did it put it closer to
I
him?
think so, yeah. If it didn't, you still go around and fucking get it.
Well, you can buy a golden pipe here.
Yeah? Yeah, the money, man.
If I can't bring it to me, I'm gonna bring it to it.
Yeah.
And he's about to buy one too.
Yeah. Next 3 stars are already accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to get this next one. Get the pipe, dude. Get the pipe.
Just stop wasting our time.
Go get the pipe. Go to the pipe.
What about this? I'm taking this, okay?
Yeah. It'll put you right where you need to go. Really does sound retarded, doesn't it?
Oh no. Disclaimer. Oh no.
Yeah, there's. Oh shit.
Oh wow.
This is just, I just can't get the rolls I need. What the fuck, man?
Ah no.
And then you lose 3 more because that's some bullshit.
Like, how does it roll a 1? It should have gave me more than that. I don't understand it. Like, they're like, we're locking you in on misfortune bonus. I've rolled 1s and 2s. I think the most I got was like an 8 this whole game. Watch it be fire. It should be fire this time.
Nah.
Because a lot of y'all took advantage of the Goombaki.
Or Goombaki.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah. Oh, I like it a lot.
Minigame.
What? This is bullshit.
I don't want to do that.
This is total bullshit. Why is it 1 versus 3? It's. I think I've done that more. Gotten low rolls.
I don't trust the cutters. I think you whooped our ass last time when we did the cutters.
What's the strategy for this one?
Not get hit.
I've never played this one.
Start.
I need those fucking coins.
Only 5 turns left.
Alright, this is where you guys use the golden
Home stretch.
golden pipes.
I know. It's sad.
That's just so lame. Yeah, nobody cares, Toad. Should have been chance, time, spaces, all of that.
Oh, okay.
Wait. Didn't I try using a pipe before? And it's like straight into
The golden pipe takes you straight to the star.
Okay.
Alpha.
Yeah, no thanks.
You got a star.
I went right back there.
Got the Pro Controller.
I go to the left. Use golden pipe.
Yeah. Let's get that.
Lord knows you waited so long.
If he had 2 more coins, he could steal a star.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too.
Yeah.
And you've been able to steal alphas, and there's been a 3-way tie.
It's coins though, right?
It's coins. Which I have the least, so it makes no sense.
Sorry.
That's fine. I think you got like 10.
No, he's talking about the coins he stole from me. You gonna be okay? You need some water or something, let me know. I know, that's the problem. If you had a nap, I would have been like, hey, if you had a nap, you're fine. Oh, and he took my Yoshi. Awesome.
Hey, you get another one. Oh, no, not yet, I guess. Well, you get them right back.
Yeah, but I wanted to warp up out of here. Now it gives me a fucking 10. Fucking asshole game. And of course, I can't buy any what I need.
Well, that sucks.
Can't get the golden pipe.
Play that pipe, son.
Golden pipe dreams for you.
Actually, why? Hi. Okay.
So this is right there.
Well, Bernard, you're gonna be able to get another pipe. Alpha technically can too as well. But he wouldn't have enough points to get the star.
No hidden blocks at all.
Yeah, that's interesting. Normally, we'll get like 2 or 3 blocks in a game.
Hopefully we can beat that distance. He hasn't given us any blocks in very
He got all his money right back. This is going to be a shootout between who can just get the most golden pipes. And
It really is.
Of course. Mandatory requirement.
minigame.
Does anybody else have a golden pipe besides me? Oh, slide to the edge.
Slide to the edge.
Slide to the edge. Slide to the edge. Slide to the edge.
I don't think I've ever won one.
I might have won one or two. Okie dokie. Yeah. Okie dokie. There you go.
Yeah, I'm just practicing. Sorry.
You sure you're good?
Oh, yeah, I just, my heel went in.
Okay, because I was like, she looks like she's about to fall over.
Oh. No, I'm good.
Looks like we're waiting on Bernard.
Yeah.
I
Looks like
win.
we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Yeah.
I let go way too early.
Finish.
I'm your papi.
Yeah.
Only 4 turns left.
4 turns left.
Bitch ass left me.
Justice for Yoshi.
Yeah.
Free Yoshi.
Free Yoshi. Free my nigga Yoshi.
I would just use the regular mushroom. You just go in the circles anyway.
You should have used the custom to get off of there.
No, but then he'd been down there.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't try to go down to the shop.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to wait until another turn. You need to go to the shop, bro.
Yes, I do.
Just buy another golden pipe.
Lay that pipe. Lay that pipe.
Buy my way into getting store. But I think, more than likely,
Took you to the wrong one. But there's a bunch of coins up there.
Dude, no, fuck that. Just, how much coins do you have?
63.
Just roll the dice. That's all you gotta do. Try to get a 7.
Damn.
Shit. That sucks, man. That'd have been 2 fucking stars right there. Yeah. I get it. You can move a star.
Bye, y'all.
Alright, see you in I don't know, 36 hours or something?
Yeah.
Drive safely.
I'm good.
At least you're not in the snow. I don't think she ever came home. I don't think she ever came to her house.
No, I'm still in the yard.
I know, I was saying this. Didn't get any weird texts or phone calls like, who is this in my yard?
I'm glad I'm not towed.
Yeah, I know, they don't boot on your car.
I I think that just takes items.
It takes items. Steal a random item from a... So you can pick the person, you can't pick the item. So if you look at Javi right now, you want his golden pipe. There's a 1 in 3 chance.
But it'll be too late because I'm going to use it right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. 3 more turns, you might get another one.
Your best bet is move that. Move the star in the next round. In the next turn. Or warp box, whichever one. We're about to get a little tight, so you don't need that. Golden Goomba?
It might run out. Sometimes it's like, oh, that's it. Oh, 3 in a row.
Alright. After this, we get shit on. The star was right there, too, man. Hate it for you, love it for me.
That would have been a great turn if he was able to pull that off.
It would have been. Try that warp box, you never know.
Nah, I don't have enough coins.
20.
I need to use this even if I'm able to buy something. That was a waste, but couldn't even get, well, I did get 20 coins. If I could go back around to a shop, that would be perfect.
Yeah, you're right there. 15. You're in the big bucks now. You need to win a mini game.
And he's gotta get right in front of
Right in front, he's taking it. And getting more coins along the way.
What?
I said taking my girl right in front of my face.
I feel like Adam 22.
Fucking cuckold. He's such an idiot, man. That's where he is. It's okay, I'll let everybody fuck my girl. She still comes home to me at the end of the day. Yeah, dude, you're an idiot.
That makes you feel good.
Right? Oh, look where it's at.
He and Diddy have something in common.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's all handles. More money for me.
Okay, nice. Spread the love.
He's racking up these dice.
Mini game.
Oh yeah.
I think everybody Let's just get all
Welcome
the
to
coins
another
we can.
episode of Snag the Flags.
With an L.
With an L.
Start.
Oh shit. There you go. got 9.
1 by 1.
Dang.
I got last place.
Back in there.
Only 3 turns left.
Well, at least we can get to the shop. Well, short of the shop.
There you go. Get yourself a golden pipe.
Yep. Should have had last time. Sure. Know what we're going
Mario time!
Oh, dude, you just made bank right there.
God damn it!
Oh no! Oh no!
Damn it!
The game is rigged, yo.
Brother, you still have time.
Bullshit! That's 3 damn times in a row it's done that on every roll. I'm right here with a Yoshi and they're like 1.
You just
8.
got fucked too earlier.
4. With a double dice, you couldn't get a 9? Something is wrong with this thing. I wanted to throw this, but I can't throw that. I'm like, there's a game Sunday, so you can't throw this. That was the next best thing.
Dude, get the pipe.
That should have been the pipe and the star on the way. Fucking bullshit, man. I should. Oh, I want to break some more things.
The game is rigged.
So, Vicky.
This one is real. Yeah, ninjas. And
Leonard's gonna need some loving tonight.
so yeah.
Alright, so.
Just relax him a little bit, you know, massage his shoulders and
Other stuff. Fuck, dude. Okay. There's shit I can do except that.
No, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at you for that. That's twice you taken 2 stars from like right in front. Just, I'm like, that's the first golden pipe I bought. I'm watching y'all just have a fucking clearance sale, just back and forth. You get a golden pipe. You get. Oprah's like, no, not you. You get a golden pipe. You get. Not. You. It's like, what the fuck, man. Motherfucker's taking my Yoshi. Then when I get him back, it's like, oh, land on the red. It's like Freaky Friday, but me and Bryce switch bodies.
You got a star.
Fucking evil,
That's
man.
why Bryce has got to come back so he can claim his normal spot.
Well, really, it's Paul, dude. Paul needs to be back. When's the last time we saw Paul?
He'll be here Sunday.
Oh, shit. No, I'm like, it's right there.
Yeah, he's gonna be right in front of it. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Which means he's got to win a mini game. Well, he's gonna get the goal.
Well, you get the ghost, but he's still gonna be right there. He's not gonna
Go
be.
girl now.
He's not gonna be like right at it.
Because the next round after the mini game.
No, I don't have one.
I gotta do it, man.
He's gotta do it to stop you from buying a golden pipe, I guess. That and you're the next best threat
Yeah.
instead of Bernard.
Oh!
That's fine.
Bonus minigame.
Still a chance. I need 6 coins.
Fucking evil, man. I should have. Finally, at least it's not me. They've been doing that to me too. They've been doing everything they can to fuck me over. Land on Bowser, steal a star.
What is it? I don't even know what that is.
One in the middle, that's like the big bullet. The bullet bill is coming toward you. You can either go left or right. Or in the middle.
There we go.
I didn't want that.
Okay.
We know you didn't. That's why you deserve it.
Oh wow!
Dang. Ouch.
Sometimes we get what we don't.
Let's
deserve.
practice this. Alright, Alpha, let's practice this one real quick.
Okay, so I'm in a mushroom too.
What?
Mushroom, whatever.
Co-workers are rubbing off now.
I think we're good.
I better get the misfortune bonus. I know that.
Oh shit.
Looks like we're waiting on Shy Guy.
Yes, we are.
3, 2, 1, go! Finish!
Oh, he did good on that first one. 39 to 40, and then we beat him here.
Then we beat him here.
He might do well the next time they call him to do it once you get a rhythm of it. 'Cause we used to pick on Jamie on it, and then now she mastered it. She's really good at it. She can beat us all by herself.
Yeah.
Only 2 turns left.
Just have to memorize the shapes.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong.
Jamboree.
Who is near him? You?
Far away.
I thought you were like right over there. With
No,
the...
but he's on this side. I'm on the other side.
Oh, okay.
I'm like 1 or 2 spots away from the star.
Surprised you didn't look at the board.
I don't really need to.
Say 15.
Don't really have it.
I would have tried to land at the ghost. 15 away. I would have hit the dice to make sure I land there.
Yeah.
Steal some coins. Instead, you're there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Because you did it in my face last time.
Dude, it's good. It's all good.
He'd rather it be you than Alpha. Is what
yeah, really. There you go.
Just what I needed. Yes. Thank you.
You got a star.
These sound effects,
It
man.
really sounds terrible.
Meow.
Oh, bet.
That's pretty close, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Oh wow, okay.
Not a super swap.
That's nice.
Is that a super swap or a
It's a
regular?
regular swap. Super would have been golden, I think. There you go. Take the fucking. Yeah, dude. The fuck are you doing?
Well, no. Hold on.
Problem is, there's only 2 turns left, so I can't do what I want to do, which is steal.
No. Take the star while you can,
Yeah.
and then hope that you can warp to it.
No, I'm not gonna warp. I'm
the warp
getting.
box.
No, I'm getting 2 stars. I'm getting this one and then one more. Wish I could have bought 2 right there.
You got a star.
Where it ended.
Isn't that where Alpha
I
is?
think Alpha's right there. Alpha, you there?
Yeah, he's literally right in front of it.
I have to go around in a circle.
I think fire now.
Again, we've seen a whole game where it's all golden buckets.
We had 2 straight fires.
I think it's fire.
But we've had a whole game where it's been golden.
Oh!
Wow.
Well,
4.
thank you for calling it.
Thank you. And he gets dumped.
Oh no, we have to play for him.
Showdown minigame.
I've never.
What's that rhythm game and all that?
What is it?
The rhythm game with the bongos.
I've never.
You haven't played this one? I thought you played this one. It's basically Rock Band. You're gonna have to tap the buttons corresponding on the screen. You played Rock Band, right? Or Guitar Hero? It's like that. I don't know whose controller it is, but hopefully it lasts a whole nother
Turn. Like a 5-year-old. Let me bang on the nugos. I don't care if I get them. I really don't.
Start.
I knew I'd get low at last.
How did I not get any of those at the end?
Ah.
Wow. Wow, he just came back and stole that.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Tino got that.
Wow.
Came back and stole that. Wow.
He earned them. He just put the controller down. He said, "I give up, bro."
Fuck this shit.
Well, you shouldn't give up, right?
I'm not giving up.
He won't. He has to win another game to get coins to buy anything.
Okay.
Now he's gonna land somewhere, and DK might give him more coins.
This is round 14.
Yeah, 14 and 15.
That next round's gonna be interesting.
So there, he's got the money there. This is like a hobby special. This is before the minigame.
Oh.
Did we honestly play two games? Two of the same games?
I think so.
Because I felt like I was the one with the monkeys earlier.
Yep. Yeah, because I kept screaming, somebody get him, somebody get him.
Start.
Nice. Good job.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Final turn.
Final turn.
Awesome.
Where's the star?
I have no idea.
Doesn't matter how he's got to go.
It's right next to you.
That's right. You got that, Alpha.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't just
No.
roll. No,
Whoa,
you have
whoa,
a
whoa.
custom dice. You need to make sure that
Pipe.
lands you somewhere.
Here's the pipe.
Well, he doesn't need the pipe. He needs to land somewhere
True.
advantageous to him too.
True.
We got here.
I'm behind.
Doesn't really matter where he lands.
Well, he doesn't want to land somewhere
Right,
else.
so you don't need a 5 or a 6 or a 7. I'd go 9 or 10.
I mean, you could also go back in the loop and land on the
Yeah,
lucky spot. Either one of those.
true. And that will actually give you more coins.
The thing is, I only have 18 coins. I can't even hit this stuff.
No shit.
No, you're not hearing me out. If you go around the loop, right?
Yeah.
Well, damn, you are right. You don't have enough.
I would have
Fuck.
No. Yeah, you're short 1, man.
unless
Short
I,
2.
I didn't even notice that.
Unless I landed.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, most you can get is what 10 on the dice.
Yeah.
And that would put me in a red spin.
I didn't realize he was short of coins. I thought he had enough to come back around and land on
Well, ain't that about a bitch?
a leaf, and he got fucked there.
Well, you know what? I'll at least get a chance here while going to a versus. So, 7. Was that 7?
Yeah. Can you play for a star? In the versus?
I don't know. I think it's just coins, but we'll see.
Because technically all of us have stars.
That's sad. I feel like that happened to me earlier as well.
It's happened to every one of us.
This game?
Yeah. I did it to him.
Versus
Did it to
me.
you. He did it to me.
Of course.
Fuck this.
The ground pound game.
Oh.
Oh, I just have to dodge.
You have to
And
jump.
you got a ground pound too. You press A when you're up in the air to create the, you do the stop. And you create the light wave.
Start.
Damn it! Damn!
I think you might have won the mini games.
No. Y'all beat me on the mini game. 'Cause he got the flag one. I lost that one by 1. Bernard won the stamp out. I lost that one by 1%. This led to the edge. I did terrible in we lost the rope one. Me and him lost the bullet one to y'all.
If I'm you, try that.
Swap there, super swap.
Yeah, swap.
Or he doesn't have the super, he has the regular.
You got the swap.
You
so
might can swap with Alpha if you're lucky.
And get that star.
That's really your only Hail Mary.
Or you swap with me or him. Either way. But you have a chance.
I think everybody else is like,
last one.
everyone else is in a better spot than you. So.
Both do the same thing.
No, no, they don't. The warp warps you to an opponent where they are. Swap lets you switch them, meaning they go to where you are.
Oh, that sucks. Just put you one space back.
Well, it's a good game.
For y'all, this was awful. I'm surprised I'm not still in 4th. Now watch, he's gonna make it fire.
No, it's fire. It's gotta be fire.
Let's worry. Fire.
It might conk out and say, I got nothing left.
Burn.
It conked out. Oh no! It's
Oh, wow. 5 times.
We've had a whole game full of straight golden boxes.
Now you put me in 4th right there.
What's that do?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh! That was nice.
Now what? I'm in 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Pulled that shit out of your ass, boy. That's gotta be fire.
Maybe this has gotta be fire.
Oh, 6 times. Yeah, Jordan numbers.
No. Use the golden pipe.
The fuck would I do that for?
I mean, he could still launch you somewhere, and then you could have used the golden pipe, but...
Nah. No, this is the smartest move I could do right now.
Like, there's a chance you could have landed where the star was, but you had to still roll. So now you can buy 2 stars. That gives you a commanding 6. Nothing we can do about it now.
And all I needed was 1, that's it. 3 in a row, guys. I'm 3 for 3.
I blame Alpha.
You got stars.
A 2 for 1, okay.
He did that whole butterfly effect, stealing those 8 coins from him, like, no, steal from Hobby. There we are. Oh man, who's over there?
Nobody.
My buddy's over there?
Nobody. And I still finished this one.
Well, you earned that. That was a commanding win for you. I mean, everything went your way on this one.
Final minigame.
And it started off kind of rough. Oh shit, we have a minigame with. Okay.
You know what?
Really? Pick the hot dog? I didn't realize I got hit already.
Start.
Why did I fall off? The fuck?
I thought you were gonna make it with me. I was like, there's 11 seconds left. We're just gonna both win.
I fell off.
The J. Cole album, The Fall Off, is out now in stores. Wherever, I don't know, you were able to download the song.
Okay.
Alright.
Alpha.
Alright, y'all. So here's the results of this week. He came out and said, Alpha, F you. So last time he was defending, he said, Alpha, Jamie, bring it. Alpha did show up and brought it. This was a close one.
You did, brother.
Despite how the score looks.
But Latino.
Javi was dominant this game. I was so upset with myself this game. They kept screwing me. Yeah, there's potato chips on the floor. Clean that up in a second. But yeah, somebody else want to go ahead and control that?
It was a wild fucking game. But your Poppy's on top. What else can I say?
He's your Poppy.
It's hard to tell based on the graph alone. Yeah, it is. Look how close it was for a while. It was I hate to use the term. Do they call it a Mexican standoff?
Oh,
where they do like, everyone's like, boom, my turn. And it's like, boom, my turn. Yeah, Mexican standoff. And they just had so many golden pipes. Goomba Lagoon, we didn't have any lava. It was all Goombaki, all golden Goombas 6 times in a row.
Well, the first two were fire.
The first two were?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you know what? It has been so long, I forgot about those.
Bonus star time.
So it doesn't matter. Javi's already got 6 stars, but we're going to see what the bonus awards are.
Well, that's going to give Poppy both.
Give me 7. Oh, that's me.
If I didn't lose a star, I would have had 4 and could possibly tie him right here. But he definitely had item bonus.
Oh!
Bernard had it.
I'll take it.
Because you had the 2 shops.
Yeah,
which
there
lets
you
you go right back to the store.
Second bonus is...
I have to have that one.
Oof.
With all the ones.
Yeah.
There was like 4 turns where I had a collective 8 movement. Yeah, there we
it
go.
is. And that's all of them. I still got 6. Like MJ. 2 3-peats. I hate to say it, but if Jamie's not playing, I'm winning.
Okay.
I gotta play when she's playing, dude. I think she's my Achilles.
Okay, well, congratulations once again. Congratulations, Latino Heat.
Straight off my bitch. Just messing with you.
So we'll have to get our lick back at some point. Those of you
Winner
at home,
circle.
say what now?
The winner circle goes to the strip club.
Ha! Well, y'all can have that one. clean up all that shit.
Still time. They close at 4.
Oh, for real.
Boom! I feel like a Power Ranger. Turn into Papi Chulo. I'd like to thank all the little people. I still got 2 titles.
Because what? We didn't play the Mario. Or what did you get the other title on?
The Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Fucking Matrix came out. I thought I knocked movies that were on the top. Wow, Matrix and Matrix Reloaded.
Hey man, I won't tell. You gonna go with us?
Where? Strip club?
He said not, heck no.
Gotcha. I won't.
Frank could go with
I gotcha.
You need to ask Frank.
Frank is your strip club buddy.
Frank.
His roommate.
Yeah.
And probably my roommate would go with you.
Nothing wrong with seeing a woman. A beautiful woman. On your lap. For $1.
Watch your
Yeah,
foot.
on that.
Watch your foot.
Yeah, you have fun.
That's his victory. He's like, look.
I mean, I ain't gonna pay for like drinks, man. It's too late anyway.
He's like, look, ladies. I had 6 golden pipes. I got 1 left for one of y'all.
Damn right. Plus, I get in free.
So just you though, person.
Nah. So I got like a couple to like 3 to 4 passes left.
Okay. Which you can strategically use.
Yeah. I would never take Alpha.
Huh.
Fine, man. If ever you feel sad and lonely and you're no longer with Jamie, I'll take you with me.
Damn.
Huh.
Why is there no longer with Jamie?
Yeah, the done hurt in there. Damn.
He's
I said if he's ever, and he's sad and lonely.
oh, it's in there in the pantry, or not the pantry, where the
You know that's how you cheer up a man?
laundry.
Show him boobies. Oh, this is my wallet this whole time. Gotta let me be.
Appreciate it.
Where are they?
Appreciate it. I think that's all of them. There's probably 3 or 4 stragglers somewhere. All the way back there.
Yep, I can see him back here.
You can? Damn. Oh, you're right. I was hoping you were fucking up. Bring that back.
Still there.
We good? No, I was asking Javi because he's seeing all of them.
That's it, man. I don't see anything else.
I feel like there's probably someone that lifts up your bag.
You know, Vicky, my birthday's at the end of the month.
What is that supposed to mean?
She likes making stuff.
Mine's next week.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, what do you want to do?
I don't know. Could be a joint birthday that's not at the strip club.
Well, mine's at the end of the month, brother. My birthday's on the 28th.
We're supposed to be going to like some, I don't know if we're going to it, but there's like a Hello Kitty thing or something like that on the 28th. There's something else going on the 28th too, like some kind of comedy thing. Is there?
And Phil said it's really expensive.
Four Seasons.
Hello Kitty.
Hello Kitty.
Are you talking about the food truck thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks like it was my controller that died.
That's the one that Frank goes to. You might see him there tonight.
Oh, y'all about to go?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one by
I thought y'all were joking. Y'all were actually
That's
going?
the one by where we live.
Oh, by the mall?
Gotta kill a couple
Yeah, Frank
hours.
saw one of his
Co-workers works at the strip club.
a girl that goes to the mall. Well, actually, she works at the mall. He never thought this
They
girl.
stopped
Was,
selling alcohol.
he never thought this girl was a stripper based on how she present herself, like this little quiet girl, whatever, well mannered. And then she told him one day that she strips anytime that she might need some extra money. And then he went there and he saw her in that thong.
That thong.
Said I like the way you move that thing.
Because she was, at first he thought, she was so skinny she didn't have no body, but then he saw her in the thong, she was like, yo, she got
body.
Yeah.
She had curves. She had the right jiggles for the giggles.
So, if you want to see Frank at the strip club, like, comment, subscribe, share, because I totally forgot to turn this off. We will see you guys in the next one. Maybe I'll give you an intro this week. How about that?
Captain Sensation.